Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Thank you. That was a beautiful dance. Thank you. Thank you. I love making my little autism creature dance. Okay, wait here. Camera. Hello. Hello, folks. No ads for director's commentary. Oh my gosh. Hi guys. Hello. We have a special guest, actually. Bug, you want to say hi? Oh, baby. She's going through it right now. She was crying. Oh, we're not gonna listen to this song. This is sad. Yeah, we were. I was planning to not have her be here for stream. Because she is. You guys are saying she's beloved, but she's actually a creature. And she's evil. So I wasn't originally planning to have her here, but then she started screaming outside my door, and I was like, anyone who doesn't know this cat is gonna think that like she's being murdered. And so she's here now. She can be both. Yeah, she can. She's kind of she has this really funny tendency of doing absolutely evil crap and then looking at me like she's the most innocent little baby in the world, even though she's like actually not. She's so me. She's like, I always think about her as like that bunny from the evil bunny from Monty Python and the Holy Grail. That's Bug, if anyone's wondering. Buds, you can unmute if you want. You're welcome to chat now. Okay, well, don't cough. Oh my god, you're disgusting. Please. Please, okay. Don't cough in my chat's ear. Chat, you're gonna have to let. Not do that anymore. You're gonna have to let me know if Bones is too loud or too quiet, because I can never tell, and it changes every single time. Sif, any updates on the map? I will be working on the map. I'll probably try to post that today. I just have to make sure it's compatible with the I have to make sure it's compatible with the mod pack that I made, because the mod pack that I made and published isn't exactly the same as the one that I used. So I just have to make sure it, is all compatible and all that fun stuff. Oh my god. I tell you to not cough, and then I'm choking on the stream. They're a little quiet.
The map was the friends we made along the way.
Will it include the custom models? I think it will, but I don't think you guys will be able to like snatch them and use them for other worlds. So, yeah. Anyways, hi chat. Hello. Welcome. Welcome to the Fernsfield director's commentary featuring Bug. Oh, you're so stupid, aren't you? You have no thoughts in your brain. Basically today what we're gonna do is we're gonna watch the video. I'm gonna pause it. I'm gonna, add my own commentary. You guys are welcome to ask questions, and then I can also answer questions during, the whole thing. Oh my, ma'am. Hello. Sorry. Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Mods, if you'd be willing to add like a pin, because I imagine there's gonna be so many people like coming in here and being like, what are we watching? What are we doing? And so if you just want to add the context, that would be great. Yeah, I'm all cozied up. I'm here. I've got my coffee in my little creeper mug. I've got Bug, who is gonna try and eat me. During the stream, so there's that too. The neurodivergent of me is screaming. Dude, you want to talk about being obsessed with this video? I'm the one that made it, dude. I had to think about it for like, this video has sat in my brain for like 3 months. Which I guess let's start there. Let's start with the whole like, why did I make this video? Bug, do not. Sorry. Yeah, let's start with the whole why I made this video, I guess. As you guys know, the first video on my channel was like 100 days as a farmer. And when I made that video, I was like completely going out on a whim. Like I hadn't touched YouTube in I think 4 years at that point. And so that video did really well, as you guys know. And it's very important to me. And so one thing I love to do is I love to redo things as sort of benchmarks. And so I just kind of like decided, yeah, I'm gonna redo this video and I'm gonna try something a little different. Like try incorporating roleplay elements because I've always really liked what's a hype chest? Hello? Thank you. It's Twitch, thank you, I guess. And so I was just like, I'm gonna redo this video. Also, this is some like low-key tea chat, but and this doesn't matter now, so don't go like trying to find this person. There was a content like a company owned channel that was starting to make content very similar to mine, and I was actually like really upset at it at the time because, you know, I don't know, I felt like it was like a company trying to enter a niche that's very dedicated to artistry and storytelling and all that jazz. And so I was like, if they're gonna copy and like try and do my stuff, I'm just gonna like do it but even better at a level that is not replicable, which I do think my video is still replicable, to be honest with you, but it's not something that would be sustainable for a company to copy. So I was like, yeah, we'll just do that. Thank you so much. We have no soda for the tier 1. Yeah, it's kind of like funny because the video is almost like a screw you to this this one person who also was trying to kind of get in my head and you know, get me to overwork on YouTube a little bit. So yeah, it is slightly born out of spite, but also I think throughout that video and working on that video, I kind of let go of that spite and it became something else. So there's some background for the video. I would love to get into watching it. Chat, if you haven't seen this video, I deeply apologize. I'm going to be pausing like every 5 seconds, especially the intro. There is so much to discuss within the intro. Yeah, let's get into it, I guess, chat. Who's ready? How's your January been going? Hi, Velvet. It's great. Let me move my OBS over here and then we can get into... So chat, I have 2 settings here. I have reaction, which I've got like, it's got me and you guys in it. And then I've just got completely without the camera. I don't know which one you guys are going to prefer, if you want me to be on the screen all of the time. And, okay, well, hi, Bug. Yes, I know, you're a baby and life sucks and your world is so hard. I'm locked in. So whatever, like, there might be some moments where, you know, we can do both or either, but I just thought I'd do that. Also, Bones is here. The real Bones. Not the who edited the video. So they're here for us. Be on the stream. Okay, bet. Now I will be cringing at my own voice, chat, because well, basically, basically, I'm a little embarrassed little guy sometimes. Yeah, we'll just, yo, thank you so much, Say FPS, for subscribing with the Prime. I really appreciate it. Bones the MVP, true. All right, chat, let's get into it. Shall I press play? All right.
Time for me is...
Wait, I should probably ask if it's like a good volume. That I think I'm just gonna hope that that's a good volume. Okay.
Time for me is a funny thing.
Whose video are you watching right now? Velvet, we're watching my own video. It's chat, if you're ever confused, there is a pinned. Yeah. Seems like a good volume. Got it. Okay.
I constantly find myself asking if I'm spending it correctly. If I'm going too fast, or usually if I'm going too slow. It's during times like these, I love to dive into my favorite games for some kind of reprieve, for a virtual escape to the forest.
Atlas skin.
However,
okay, chat, actually, this is my favorite. Sorry, wait.
From that mindset.
This is my favorite fact about the video. This is my favorite fact about the, sorry. So, this skin, when I commissioned this skin from Souls, the reference I gave her is Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. Sorry. I don't know why that's like so amusing to me. If you haven't seen American Psycho and you are like of an appropriate age to watch it, it is a interesting film about masculinity for sure. And so I don't know why I was just like, yeah, you know what? Patrick Bateman, guys. Let's do it.
Into the digital worlds I inhabit. Everything becomes about days, numbers, productivity. And so, with that in mind, I decided to explore a different kind of Minecraft adventure. Far from my usual tales of solo survival, yet familiar. A story about a character quitting their office job and leaving the big city. All to travel to a small town full of mysterious, yet quirky residents. It's a story about the farm they buy, and ironically, the 100 days that follow. I encourage you to grab a snack, maybe a friend, and let me welcome you to Fernsfield.
Intro. Let's talk about it. So the intro is only a minute long, and it arguably took me the most amount of time out of like most parts of the video. I believe the mod pack that I, did the whole like thing on, has already logged like 25 hours. So there was like so much of me like adjusting, editing, figuring out how to do like the little animations. It is partly animated, but all of it was filmed within the game, within Minecraft. So there's no exterior. Like, chat, none of this, despite all of the animations, all of this was filmed within Minecraft. There is no, like, exterior, like, no Blender, no exterior program, if that makes sense. And yeah, originally it was going to be longer. There was going to be, like a whole dialogue between Sniff and their boss. But then I was like, I was like, I want it to be short. So, yeah, that's wild, dude. Listen, I have said this time and time again, but this video could not have been filmed 6 months ago. Like, the technological, like, stuff and the mods, like, all didn't exist even 6 months ago, as far as I'm concerned. Did you build everything else? I built the entirety of Fernsfield myself. Yes. Hello?
Oh, hi. Hello, welcome to my store.
This is the general store, right?
Yeah?
You're right, that was a stupid question. I'm here about the house. I saw that there was a farmhouse.
Oh, the house. Yes, it's up in the mountains, up, down,
is it, up. It's great, is it still available?
You want to buy it? Yeah, of course.
My favorite thing is actually just how awkward this first meeting is.
Welcome to the place. I can show you around real quick as well.
Oh wait, I don't think I caught your name.
Oh, Alex. I'm Alex. You?
I'm Sniff. Nice to meet you.
Sorry, I've been up all morning. The animal keeper stays over there.
Oh, that's like a
the local tavern's over there if you ever, want to have a fun night. Oh, my sister's over there.
Oh, where's she?
Sleeping.
Everyone says that it was very ominous that everyone was sleeping. I'm like, sleeping. Yeah, sorry, but
all of them.
I was like, you guys just don't understand how hard it is to arrange a recording session with like 8 people who are across different time zones and also like have drastically different lives. Like, Seek is a father. Like, I'd be like, hey, dude, can we get this recording session in? He'd be like, I have to watch my daughter. Like, I think the awkwardness makes it more genuine. I agree. I fully agree. We both still didn't like know who our characters were at this point.
There's flowers over there. There's a vineyard over there. Carpenter, if you ever need carpets, I think. No, that's not how it works. And the blacksmith. Really.
Yes,
Could
Bones?
you stream it in Discord because the chat delay is really a lot.
Oh, okay.
The stream delay is a lot.
I'll see if my computer allows me to do that.
Yeah.
It might not let me. I'm gonna stream it at like a low thing to you because otherwise my computer might explode. Yeah.
Hey, I don't need high quality. I spent.
You definitely have spent
hours.
enough time with this video. Anyways, I'm gonna keep playing modes.
Yeah, okay.
Rude.
Oh.
Yeah. So like if you
The
need
tea?
tools, you should probably just buy them from our general store. You don't really want to deal with the blacksmith. But hey,
Okay,
it's fine. It's fine.
I'll keep that in mind.
Anyways, that's basically the town.
Not the crows.
Now,
The crows
I
need
will
to be
show you
removed actually
where
from
your
that
place
mod.
is. It's just down this road. All the
okay.
way down this road.
I don't see it.
Yeah, well, we have to walk.
Oh, it's like really down the road.
I think it's funny because
Should have brought my inhaler.
people don't know that like I purposely designed this map so that the farmhouse was really far away from the town for a variety of reasons. Because it like I wanted it to be a thing where like if Sniff was going to walk all the way to town, it would cost something. It would cost time. So that was a very purposeful thing.
Oh yeah, and you have to go up as well. So if you do have asthma, don't.
Don't.
Oh, here we go. We're coming up on it. Oh, look at that chimney.
Where's the house?
Welcome to your new home.
What? What is this?
He's got a fireplace.
This looks nothing like the flyer.
Wait. Does Fernsfield Sniff have asthma? Chat. I have asthma, or I think. I don't know. Every time I go to the doctor, they're like, "You don't have asthma, but you have like lung damage from being ill," and I'm like, "Okay, so I just can't breathe."
Well,
It could be your dream house.
I don't know what I expected for 50 emeralds,
I'm so
but
glad people like the unique
No,
choice for this.
I think you're mistaken. It's 500.
no. It says right here on the flyer, 50 emeralds.
Oh no, that's just the viewing fee. Yeah, no. So basically, it's 50 emeralds to view it, and then the actual price, after all the taxes, it's 500 emeralds. You gotta take into account the seller's tax, the buyer's tax, the view tax, the flower tax, the buy me a lunch tax. The chimney tax is really important. Oh, there's also the tax. That one's really there's the general store tax because there's the basement tax because not too many places around here have a basement. And then there's the country tax because you're living in the country now.
I thought it was only 50 emeralds. Chat, I'm gonna be real with you. As somebody who has gone through the process of buying a home, this is what it feels like, quite literally. And that was like one thing that I wanted to incorporate into this because it literally is like you go to buy the house and you're like, oh, I only have to do this down payment. And then they're like, the bank is like, actually, there's the closing fee, and then there's the tax fee, and then there's the tax fee, and then there's the realtor fee, and then there's like quite literally, this is how it feels. So that's why we did this scene.
What's your name again?
Sniff.
Sniff.
Like, I swear,
Listen,
the tax
you
actually
wanted to
exists.
buy a cheap home, right?
I mean, yeah, I can't afford anything else.
I'll be honest
Thank
with
you so much for the bits.
I'm kind of waiting for my parents to come back. So let me cut you a deal. If you get me the 500 emeralds by, let's say, 100 days when they're set to return, the farm is yours.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. I can live here in the meanwhile, right?
Oh yeah, no, this is yours.
Okay. 500 emeralds in 100 days.
Uh-huh.
And is there like, do you guys like sell stuff here? Like, can
Do you guys like sell
There's
stuff
tons
here?
of places around here to really get yourself started. It includes a bed.
Oh, really? Well, I didn't see
Yeah,
it. Where
here.
is it? This looks so
Really
nice.
comfortable.
Yeah.
Premium.
Yeah. Okay. 500 emeralds, 100 days. You got it.
Really?
I can give you a down payment right now. I can give you 25.
25 is good.
Okay, we'll do
Thank
that.
you for helping the general store out. You're probably really hungry as well, so I thought, maybe some of my grandma's cornbread could help you with.
Oh, that's so nice. Thank you. Well,
Anyways, I gotta go back to the general store because, there's probably people shopping now. Hopefully they're all awake, right? Yep. So I'll see you later. I'll catch you later.
yeah, I guess we'll be keeping in touch.
Uh-huh. Yep. I almost forgot one more thing. There's like a lot of things that come out at night sometimes, so you'll probably.
This was so random. This
wanna
never
take
came back
these.
up.
Here, take this ice up. It
I ain't
prevents the
never seen a
bumble
bumble
from
brand.
attacking you.
Um,
And the bread
I also
knife,
have never seen a high
always
up,
good for
so
self-defense or cutting bread.
also
Anyway,
so funny because Alex gave me this bread knife, right? And I couldn't use it the entire video. Like, never once did I get my strength up enough to use the bread knife. It was so funny.
have fun. Don't let the bumblebrams get too close. And I'll see you soon, probably.
Okay. Maybe I should have asked what a bumblebram is. My introduction.
So, chat. Somebody asked how I got the name Fernsfield. Alex's last name is Fern. That's like slightly, Alex and Aster, it's like both slightly talked about a little bit in the video, kind of hinted at here and there, but their last name is Fern, and their parents are the founding family of the town. I was talking to Oppo yesterday, who plays Alex, and we were talking about like how reminiscent, you know, Fernsfield is of sort of like Appalachian towns. And that, you know, makes a lot of sense because I kind of grew up in a town like this where it was very much so like you had these like very old like family, you know, houses, or I don't know the right word for it, but like these like names that just carry so much weight in the town because it's so old and the same people have been living there for so long. Not gonna lie, I don't know what a Bubble Bram is. I just wanted out a spooky, quirky vibe. No, it was great. It was perfect. And now we're gonna get to the gameplay part. So I'm probably not gonna add much during the gameplay parts, but you know.
Fernsfield was interesting, but a deal is a deal, and I was gonna make every day count towards earning those 500 emeralds. How hard
starting
can it
off
be?
well with the starting
I thought,
music.
as I ran to chop down the nearest tree, but I started to notice that certain blocks and items were locked behind
You can't
skills. It seems
no
there's another
starting
aspect to
music.
this challenge. The levels mod. A classic RPG level system similar to something you might find in a farming sim. Individual skill levels completely determine my stats, what blocks I can break, and what tools I can use. The only way to level them up is through gaining experience, or if you have the jobs add-on, doing things related to your job, mine being farmer. All
Chat,
of this was
this
gonna make
mod
regular
made this so
progression
hard.
a lot harder, and therefore
Like,
paying
actually.
off my debt a lot harder. Looks like it's time to get farming. With the wood I
Like, it's crazy. Like, one thing, the main reason why I put this in here is because I really wanted the gameplay to stay as, like, locked as possible. And, like, it kind of is fun to me, I think, because it really does make progression that much harder, and I feel like I have to spend more time with the game. And also, I have to think strategically about what I want to specialize in.
acquired, I crafted a shabby bucket and retrieved some water from my flooded basement. I poured it over the tall grass in search of seeds, but it wasn't doing much. I eventually gave up and foraged the nearby woods instead. I found hazelnuts, wild carrots, pumpkins, wild wheat, potatoes, and more. I tried to keep an eye on my home, or at least the thing I now called a home. With a measly 3 hearts and apparently no clue how to wield a stone sword, I really needed to sleep during the night. And so when the sky turned a fiery red, I started back home to do exactly that, and decided that for now, the basement was the safest place to sleep. I awoke on day 2, enjoying my first morning on the farm, which I might need to think of a name for, but
Chat, if you're wondering why it says chat disabled, it's because every single morning I tried to type in the day that it was because I lose track of my own recordings.
But that sounds like a later me issue. I had some seeds to plant and some money to start earning. Unfortunately, due to my lack of experience, I had no clue how to operate stone tools yet, and I was stuck with fragile wooden ones. No worries, we'll just do everything really, really slowly. I chopped wood and tried to replant each tree, then went back to the woods to forage a few more crops. And doing this, I earned my first big boy skill point and decided to pop
I
it
love
into
my
my
3
farming
hearts.
skill. Back at home, I started to consider where I wanted to put my first farmland. Ideally, it would be close to my home, but clearing land was time-consuming and exhausting. So instead, I surveyed the area for the flattest portion and then put my farm there. By the time I was done, the sun was already past peak, so I spent my final hours gathering wood and went to bed. The next day, I continued to chop trees while my crops took root.
Fernsfield Sif has
Against
no
the
knowledge.
mountainside,
They're a
variety
city
of
dweller. What do you
coniferous trees
expect?
prospered, and I noticed how quickly the shades of wood reminded
Sickly child amount of health. Sorry.
That is, yeah.
That is,
there it is.
That's rude.
me of the house in the flyer, meaning if I was going to rebuild this house, this is exactly what I needed. Then, eager to level up my farming,
Chat, I will say there originally was plans to have a blueprint design of the house. I just never was able to like finish it before the video, but I still would like to finish it. Also,
We
goodbye.
have plans.
We have plans, yeah. Also for the map, I think we're gonna release the pre-built, like the day 1 map first before the day 100 map.
I checked on my crops and found them unfortunately
Sif canonically a
ungrown.
sickly Victorian child,
Maybe this
true.
wasn't the best spot since it was out of the loaded range, but also maybe I wasn't giving enough time. I walked away, trying to remind myself to be a little bit more patient. Upon reaching the house, I decided to get started on fixing it up. I began by removing the charred wood and planks, and when I realized these blocks could be harvested for charcoal, I was delighted. I crafted a campfire and scooped the ashes out of the fireplace. Now I had a little bit more light and a way to cook. After clearing almost all the charred blocks, I went to bed. On day 4, I awoke feeling slightly better about my situation. Removing the charred blocks was doing wonders
I love
for my
the pine
morale.
wood so
now
much,
I
chat.
just needed to replace the floor. I absolutely adored the warm tones of the pine wood, and I wanted to keep that. But first, I checked on my crops and found
Wait,
them merely sprouts.
something just
I
happened.
didn't expect an immediate
Dang
harvest,
it.
but man, this was bleak. I was really worried it was about the proximity, so I begrudgingly took my wooden shovel to the earth and began clearing the land closer to my house. The flimsy tool kept snapping against the weight of the dirt, and the progress was slow.
The weight
but
of the
eventually
dirt?
I had
I was supposed to
cleared a
say
spot,
the weight
another
of the
sign
earth,
that
I think.
really needed to level up for those stone tools. I placed the dirt down in another area, hoping to smooth the landscape. Once more before bed, I checked on the crops, and man, this
Chat,
was
you like the
watching
sweater?
paint
You like
dry.
the, you like the, wow, that's like, I love that sweater. Anyways,
I needed to figure
For
something
no
out
reason,
if I
though.
was going
No
to get
reason.
anywhere near 500 emeralds by the end of the 100 days. I needed to figure out what kind of economy I was working with here, but I was worried about wasting time walking to town. This was the kind of problem I needed to sleep on, so I gritted my teeth and went to bed. When I arose on day
Me
5,
gritting my
I baked
teeth in
some
my
bread
sleep.
with the
I do
wild
that in real
wheat I
life.
found earlier and tried to refocus myself. The crops were growing slow, so
not very
I just
healthy for
needed to
your
plant
teeth.
more.
No, I know.
figured if I was going to be waiting, I might as well wait
I used
for
to have to wear a
larger
retainer
harvest.
for
I
it.
started
It was way
foraging for
worse
seeds
before.
alongside planting more saplings. Then I began to plan out my next farm patch in front of my house. The dirt here was extra rocky, and it took more than one plow through to get it ready for farming, but eventually I planted all the wheat seeds I had and went to bed. Day 6, I awoke and continued
so chat, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I am making a point every single night to go to bed. And that was something that I did very purposely. I wanted my gameplay to reflect, you know, my character's attitude. And so I very, very, very strictly made myself go to bed every night, which if you have seen later in the video becomes relevant.
my routine of checking in on my crops. On my way over, though, I slipped into a crack in the ground.
Sorry, the Kirby gift gets me every time. In case you're wondering, that is me, chat. Like, I am just Kirby.
And nearly fell to my death.
Slayer
As
of
I peered
cosmic
into the
entities,
depths of the cave,
Snifferish.
the sound of monsters tickled my ears and I grew queasy. Mining was such a normal aspect of Minecraft, but with no strength, little health, and wooden tools, it suddenly felt like the scariest thing. I tried not to dwell on it and went on with my day. Which, what a great day it would be, as my first crops were finally ready. Upon harvesting these, I ventured further into the nearby field to forage more. I found strawberries and a whole apple tree, which I cut down for saplings. This yielded me my second skill point, which I put into mining, hoping it would lead me to unlocking stone tools sooner than later. And then almost immediately, I got another. Okay, wait, we're definitely getting somewhere. I read carefully through my instruction manual, pondering which skills would be of value to me, and then, oh my gosh, go away! Luckily, the baby zombie was already dying,
I was like, chat, I'm gonna snooze this ad break.
so it was an easy kill, but man, it gave me such a fright. And another skill point. Wonderful. I decided to put these into the mining skill, now one step away from unlocking the stone tools I desired. In hopes of more experience, I kept farming around the area, checking my crops and planting more. I even took the apple tree sapling and planted it in my backyard. Then it was back to some chores until the sun set and I went to bed. The next morning, I harvested my crops and gained that needed experience point. I rushed back to my house and crafted a pickaxe and harvested some nearby stone, staying clear of the spooky cave and the creatures that lingered inside of it. With much excitement, I crafted a stone axe and ran over to a pine
Is there
to
mod
chop it
download?
down,
Yes, the mod
and I
pack is
found
out.
that it did nothing? Wait. Stone tools was perhaps too vague of a description, because while I needed to be mining for to get stone and use
This
a stone
got me so
pickaxe,
mad.
I
This
needed
got
to
me
be
so- I
farming
was so
for
mad.
to
I
use
was
a
so
stone
mad, chat.
axe. Alright, well, this is trickier than I thought. It was a slow start, but I knew if I pressed through, it would be all the more rewarding. I continued to chop trees with my wooden axe and harvested some stone from the mountainside, noting the
shade.
exposed ores. There was coal everywhere, and I was close to being able to mine it, and it was a high experience ore, so... Alright, I've got a plan, but first I need to... Whoa. I paused for a moment, taking in the
Oh,
most
it's so
beautiful
bright.
sunset I've ever seen in Minecraft. It actually
My bad,
completely
guys. My
derailed
bad,
me,
chat.
and I got distracted. I ended up fixing the floor in my house instead, but man, It was worth every glimpse. Pause. Hi guys, we put a crazy amount of time and effort into this video.
True,
If you're
true,
enjoying it in
true.
any way,
Big if
I'd
real.
really appreciate it if you could like it or subscribe if you haven't. You can even wait till the end of the video to make up your mind. It just goes a long way for our channel. Or if you want to take it a step further,
Wait,
we have a Patreon
chat.
and a merch website. We're currently in my house instead, but
I have to go
man,
back for a second.
it was worth every glimpse. Pause. Hi guys.
This is what my favorite animation of the
We
whole
put a
video.
crazy
Because look at little Sniff's ears moving.
amount of time and effort into this video. If you're enjoying it in any way, I'd really appreciate it if you could like it or subscribe if you haven't. You can even wait till the end of the video to make up your mind. It just goes a long way for our channel. Or if you want to take it a step further, we have
True,
a Patreon
true,
and
real,
a merch
real,
website.
real,
We're currently
real,
working on merch related
real,
to this video.
real.
Who knows? It might be out by the time you're watching this. Anyways, resume. On day 8, things started a bit slower than
Wow, what
usual.
a-
I chopped down
What a
trees
crazy
and continued
thing.
to fancy up my
Yeah,
big
whoa,
farm.
that's-
It took
wow.
almost the entire day, but it was a much needed brain break. Running a farm was hard, especially when there was so much to be learned, but I was getting through it. I picked some apples from my now grown apple tree and continued working until I went to sleep. The morning of day 9, I woke to some pesky zombies on my farm. This yielded me another skill point, and my idea from a few days ago suddenly came back to me. I popped the skill into my mining and rushed to
What was
find
that,
coal.
Bones?
I avoided the caves and stuck to the mountainside.
Coffee.
The coal gave me
Sorry, this. I love the use of our little creature.
continued working until I went to sleep.
The-
morning of
wait,
day
wait.
9, I woke to some pesky zombies on my farm. This yielded me another skill point, and my idea from a few days ago suddenly came back to me. I popped the skill into my mining and rushed to find coal.
Here,
I
here.
avoided the caves and stuck to the mountain.
Glue trap.
Dude, that would be me. That is this is how I chat. Every single morning I wake up and this is how I feel in my bed. I saw this video the other day and it reminded me of also somebody said earlier, I love this video, it was so well done. Will we get a continuation of the story? We are considering making an epilogue.
Mountainside.
I will say
the
that.
coal gave me so much experience that not only was I able to get my mining to level 4, but I upgraded my health and strength as well.
I
This is
misspeak so much
exactly
in
what
this
I
video.
needed. I went to bed feeling so much better about my progress, and woke up on day 10 able to use my stone axe and hoe. I upgraded the wheat farm and basked in the joy of accomplishment. At this point, I had 90 days to pay back Alex, and though I was
The memes and the references are my favorite thing about your videos. Thank you. It's mostly
I
boats.
decided that tomorrow I would finally visit the town and potentially introduce myself to the others I hadn't
ADHD
met.
is
And
the
so,
greatest
the
gift
anticipation of
when
the
it
next
comes to
day, I
stupid
quickly fell
referential
asleep.
humor.
On day 11, I packed up and headed out to the village. It was a long yet brisk walk that I hoped I would
A
grow
long
to
yet brisk
enjoy.
walk? I meant to
Although,
take that
as I
out, 'cause
approached
that's
the
a-
town center,
that's-
I found myself witnessing a curious sight.
Yeah! Chat, I'm gonna say this right now. Every single scene with Mabel and Aster feels like a My Little Pony episode, and I love it. They're so cute.
Hello.
What's going on here?
Well, we found this dog.
Yeah.
What?
But they refused to like move.
Hello.
They all said hello.
Yeah,
Hello?
You try. Yeah.
Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
Us just like laughing like little idiots. I love it.
Oh, sorry. Still waking up,
Wait.
and I did. Huh?
Are you the person who got the new farm? The new area?
Oh, I just moved up there like last week. Are you guys?
wait, that's so
okay, wait. Let me
exciting.
guess. Actually, no, I can't.
I'm Aster. I work over there, but my brother works over there. And this is
I'm Mabel. I'm Mabel the carpenter. I
so
live
wait, that's
over
your
there?
house right there.
Yes.
Oh, I'm gonna need your help at some point. I don't know if you've seen the house that Alex sold to me, but it is, it's in disrepair.
What did I sell to you?
Have you not been up to the farm?
Oh, that farm? So
That farm gets me every
Oh, no.
time.
sorry. Oh, that was such a rude thing to do. I will have a talk with him later.
I can't believe that this guy just showed up like this.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, there we go.
Break.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
Oh, look at
should
my
I?
face.
Should I? Should I?
You should pause it.
Oh, I should pause it. Sorry, chat. 1 second. It's telling me when it's over. Don't worry. Unfortunately, I tried to like Twitch like doesn't let you get rid of them now. It's kind of sad. It's over in 10 seconds and then I'll unpause it. Meanwhile, oh my gosh, guys, Bug is so cute right now. I'm gonna take a little photo of her and then I'll post
creature.
The creature. The creature feature. Featuring the creature. He's got such stubby legs, dude, I know. There's so many good dogs in that mod. I couldn't decide, but I chose a shepherd because I thought, you know, like classic farm dog. Actually, chat. Oh my gosh. Okay. Here's some crazy sniff lore. Just as I started this video, someone in my family bought a farm. And I have like been going back and forth to like help with stuff, and the guy who owned it before is super cool, and he had 2 German Shepherds, so it was like a huge coincidence, but I guess it really truly is the farm dog of all farm dogs. All right, I'm gonna pause this now.
He's so cute.
Oh my gosh.
His little tongue. You should definitely name it. Look here, I have a name tag.
Oh. Well, I'll have to go find an
And then
Maybe I'll go to
I couldn't even use an anvil the entire
I have
video.
no idea what I would name him. I haven't even named the farm yet.
We prepared some gifts because we did hear someone was joining the
Oh
town.
my god, that's so nice.
Yeah, of course. I'll go first. I picked up some amethyst cheese.
So real.
The flowers.
Me when I'm
for
serving
that.
Abigail realness.
And some bread, because you need some bread with your cheese.
Oh my
been doing
gosh.
a little bit of,
How
like-
French. It was so nice meeting both of you. I definitely am probably gonna need your help at some point. If you know.
Anytime.
I do have a little gift as well.
Yes.
This is one of my favorite flowers, but it's pretty hard to come by. They're a bit tropical.
I'm pretty sure that's Gracie's
you don't
favorite
find
flower
them
IRL too.
around
Thank you so much, Milky
Well, I have to go visit,
Rosette, for the
Alex,
prime.
Unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately.
Chat, I will say this is how bias does seep through, because I don't think that Bones likes Alex at all. Like Editor Bones.
Editor Bones does not like character Alex.
Yeah, Editor Bones does not like character Alex, so that's why there was so many like Alex disses.
I just, you know, we're gonna talk a little bit more
Do I have to, after this video, I have to show them the edits that you made?
about our loans.
Yeah.
So it was so nice meeting you both.
It's wonderful meeting you too.
Lovely to meet you.
You say you
All right,
don't
well,
think
fine.
that I don't.
Let's go.
Bye.
After that lovely interaction,
Yikes.
I continued my way to the general store to speak to Alex, and the exchange for emerald.
I love how I accidentally, you can't see it on screen. Wait. You get the emerald, just the emerald. I forgot to fill that in with a shop.
was a bit more grim than I thought. 32.
Oh, by the way, chat, anyone who wants custom NPCs for Fabric for 1.20.1, you have to join their Discord. I could not legally redistribute that in a mod pack.
Carrots for a single emerald, meaning if I wanted to gather 500 emeralds, I'd need to grow and sell about 16,000 crops. Oh, I'm screwed. I thanked Alex for doing business and rushed back up the mountain, the dog trailing behind me the entire time. He was cute, I'll give
Baby.
him that. And perhaps
Yo, thank you so much, Bullet, for the raid. Welcome, chatters. We are watching a Snifferish video and giving director's commentary.
having a shepherd dog on the farm would be helpful if I were to ever get sheep.
Did you
Back
get
at the
permission
farm, I
from
realized
Snifferish to watch this on stream?
Shoot. Should I ask them?
You probably should.
Hello? Hi. Just like calls at myself. Wait, what happened to the pinned message? Twitch hates you, I guess. That's really messed up.
I need
anyways.
to get things into gear. At least
Sif is gonna sue me? Dude, next thing you know, Snifferish posts a video. It's like, I'm sorry to everyone but Sniff.
Needed to plant more crops. Acquiring stone tools was a massive win, but now I needed to utilize them. I started clearing more space, chopping down trees, and clearing away piles and piles of dirt. However, the sun quickly tucked into the horizon, and in fear of being attacked, I went to bed. On day 12, I had a clear goal in mind of creating a new field. I started by harvesting my ready wheat and planting the extra seeds. Then I cleared away the bushes and trees and laid out my plan.
Sorry,
All
one
the while,
second.
my new furry
Chat.
friend
I'm choking on my coffee and I don't want to choke over the video. Okay, sorry.
was following me around. While building my new patch, I dwelled on what to name him. My brain told me it should be farm-related, and then I thought about naming him Cheese because, well, I love cheese, but then I thought of the name Cabot, which is a French name in origin
Chat.
and happens to be one of my favorite cheese companies.
Chat.
Hashtag not sponsored, but totally should be.
I learned after this video, Cabot is also a French word for mutt. Like a derogatory French word for mutt. Oh, sorry, Bones. I didn't realize I muted. Yeah, so apparently I called my dog a derogatory word for mutt, which,
I mean,
oops.
comedy?
It's kind of funny. It's a little funny. It's not like, it's like, I think it'd be like calling my dog the B word. Probably less offensive than that. I don't know. As someone who's French can explain to me how offensive it is. But also to that I have to say, chat. 1 second. Oh, 1 second.
Is it Snifferish?
No, here's what I have to say to that, chat. Don't mind me, this is also one of my favorite songs right now, so I can't help but bring it back up. But also, what do y'all know about Leon Thomas? Leon, I can't pronounce names. All right, anyways, that's enough of that. We can go back to the time to whip out the ukulele. Oh no. All right, anyways, back to reaction realness.
Anyways, the field took way longer than I
Sorry, I was not ready for my anyway.
anticipated to construct, primarily because of the annoying inconsistency of the ground. In some areas, it was perfectly rich, while in others, it was coarse.
I still stand by
But
naming
the
him
end of the
Cabot,
day,
okay?
it was
I don't
ready to
care.
be tilled. So I went to sleep and awoke on day 13 to finish the job. Then I completed constructing the fence. For this crop field,
It's
I
like how
decided to go
Bugsy
with
was also
carrots.
simultaneously
This took up most of the day,
butthole,
but with my
like-
extra time, I started looking to my house,
Which
and
by
began
the-
filling in.
Well, I was gonna say the other one, but I'm trying to be family friendly now, so
Oh.
the one that starts with an A-hole. Yeah, and by the way, Chad, she earned that name because you know what she does? She'll literally like go out of her way to like stick her butt in your face. It's crazy.
What I could make out from the blueprints. I worked later than I intended though, and as I was on my way to bed, a couple of zombies came out of the dark. I did not have the strength to inflict any
Okay,
damage with
so
my
proud of
sword,
them.
and as soon as I started to panic, Cabot stepped in and attacked the decaying creature. Together, we felled it with ease, and I went to bed
Okay,
that
Cabot
night with
actually
my
really
lovely
slayed
companion
and
at
saved
my
my
side
saved my
and
life right
feeling
there.
a
I'm
lot
pretty sure. And then
safer.
oh my god, he comes as he sleeps on me. That's so cute.
Day 14, I contemplated where I wanted to start allotting skill points. On one hand, getting iron tools would be nice, but on the other, I considered training my strength to avoid last night's issue. Ultimately, I chose strength, hoping it would pay off soon. Upstairs, my crops were still growing, so I turned my attention to building my house. In the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't matter if I built my house if I couldn't pay the debt, but then on the other hand, it might
But
be
on the other
nice to
hand, I
have
wanted a
roof and
house,
place to store
so-
goods. You see, a lot of farmers don't make money entirely off of the raw crops they produce, but rather the artisan goods that go along with it.
Real.
Cheese, wine, baked goods, you name it. So I'd need a base of operations to do all of this. I built up what walls I could and chopped down more and more wood. Then, while felling a spruce tree, the prickly pine needles dragged me down an entire heart, which absolutely terrified me. Bloody hell, why was I so fragile? Health was another thing I need to invest in for sure, especially since a 3-block fall could practically have me. I continued to reconstruct the house, filling in old holes and creating new walls. And in the evening before bed, I continued to harvest any available crops and level up my skills. Day 15 and the building motivation was still going strong. Again, I built slowly and a bit cautiously because I didn't have much health to tank my falls. But every time I took a step back and admired my work, I felt better and better. This
I love this
habit of mine
house.
persisted through day 16
It's not
as I
my,
continued
like-
to harvest crops and
I love I love this house. I don't think it's my best build, to be honest with you. Honestly, the one thing that if I could critique about this video is like I did not really like a lot of the builds I did for it. But that's okay.
construct the house. However, I soon realized I finally had the proper knowledge and levels to harvest iron. So I grabbed my stone pickaxe and scaled the mountains in search of this wondrous ore. It wouldn't be long before I found it either. Aside from iron, I also found this permafrost block that could be broken for gold nuggets and bones. And better yet, I found emerald ore. I couldn't mine it yet, but wow, if I could directly mine emeralds, that would be huge for my debt payment. But for now, I was getting ahead of myself. The night began to creep upon the valley, so I rushed home before dark to smelt my first ore. And in the meanwhile, I mulled over which skills I wanted to level up. Just like the stone axe, I'd need a higher level of farming to use an iron one, but I also wanted some more health for building. I chose to split it between both before heading to bed. The next day, I harvested my carrots and distributed the crop around the empty field. I cut down more aspen trees and continued to build my house, which lasted well into the evening. I was certainly falling into a routine because I repeated this pattern the following day. I just couldn't stop thinking about the joy of owning a home. Every block I placed filled me with anticipation. As I repaired the floors and established walls, I was already brainstorming decorations and rooms to build. I just knew
Poor
it would be
Sniff,
so
she was so
nice to not
excited.
sleep
She
in a
just wanted
dank
to build her
basement on a
house.
bed of wood and hay. Eventually, I took a break to harvest more carrots, which earned me the skill points to finally wield an iron axe. I crafted one immediately and cut down the pine trees in my backyard. After all that work, I noticed I was getting really hungry, and my food supply was running low. I mean, I had food, I lived on a farm, but I was really worried about eating the crops.
I was
could
really
potentially
sorry, I'm making fun of
plant
my
or
eyes at that.
sell. I thought it in a moment, even contemplating ignoring the problem, but as soon as I moved around, lethargy kept me from working at my best. I couldn't think or work right. I realized my body and my safety were more important than any profit, and so I ended up throwing some potatoes on the fire and went back to tree chopping.
This part makes me so sad. The reason why we kept this in was mostly because I wanted to... Not that. I didn't want to cough and die. I wanted to show Sif's attitude change throughout the video. Because they do, like, this is, like, what they believe in, you know? But then, obviously, this gets completely disregarded later, so... And it's kind of like... I don't know. Baked potatoes, yum, exactly.
With the pine wood I collected, I filled in that second floor,
Actually,
putting yet
chat, I'm
another
like...
layer of separation
It's funny I say that because I am also like partially allergic to potatoes. My stomach cannot digest them very well.
in between myself and the sky before
ADHD struggles, do I eat or do I stay locked in and ignore the hunger? Oh my god. That's too real. Chat.
collapsing into
I
bed.
do that.
Day 19 consisted of more
I do
building.
that.
I was enjoying my higher quality tools and even crafted myself a wood cutting bench. However, my iron supply was already low and I had such little stone. I would need to make a trip out soon, but I had to keep in mind it wouldn't be long before
When I saw that the first time, I was like, Sniff, you have chala in your chest, eat that. Except you see, do my chests look organized for me to see anything? I've never heard of potato allergy. It's actually considered an intolerance because I don't have like I don't go into anaphylactic shock or anything like that.
It's just tummy ache.
It gives me a tummy ache, yeah.
before all the iron on the mountainside was gone and I need to venture
And
underground.
honestly, I
The
get it
thought
if I
scared
eat
me
like
a bit, but I couldn't
any
let
amount
my
of
fear
carbs,
hold me
like
back
too
from
much.
aggression. I decided it was time to get over it
It's
and
starch.
that tomorrow would be the day I venture into the caves. I mentally prepared myself as I continued to build and then went to bed. I awoke on day 20, ready
My
to
favorite
face the
cutscene?
mines, but before I could even
Actually,
step
I
foot
don't know
out
if
of
this one's my
door, I
favorite.
heard a peculiar voice in the distance.
Hello?
Hello?
That's crazy. Who's that?
Oh,
It's
hi.
a peculiar voice.
Ah,
fella.
hello. How you doing? I'm the blacksmith.
Oh,
I saw you scaling the mountain.
The little
earlier, and
cowboy
I was
hat.
curious if you were out looking for ores or something.
Oh, wait, do
I
you...
need to scribbly.
Can I sell them to you by chance?
I'd be willing to buy them off you.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if Alex told you, but I'm in quite the debt for this place. I just recently figured out how to, extract the iron ore. I've been mining on the mountainside. I was actually just about to head to the caves.
Oh, that's lovely. Wait, the caves?
Yeah.
Do you know what dwells in those caves?
I mean, I've heard a, zombie cry or two, but I
There's
can't...
much worse than zombies in those caves, so you need to go prepared. Do you have someone you can go to the mines with?
Oh, I was thinking about taking Cabot over there. You see that's my dog?
It's a stupid-looking dog.
What? No.
The dog is lovely, but he ain't
This
gonna
dog
protect you
looks
from
stupid
bad
as hell.
caves.
Okay. Well,
He's
what do
beautiful.
you normally
Bring the tavern cape with me.
do?
Make
Oh.
sure we're both safe. Make sure we're watching each other's backs.
Well, do you actually... Could you go with me?
Well,
So, chat, I want to clarify. I'm gonna add an important point that Bones and I actually discussed before we filmed this scene. We wanted it to be like very clear that like Bones was asking Sniff if she had help because Bones, the character, also takes help, right? Like something that was really important to me is like, I didn't want this interaction to come across as like patronizing. Like I didn't want to be like, and it's actually kind of a fine line that like, we toe a lot in this video of like trying to make sure that we're communicating, like teaching communication styles that are healthy to both parties. And so that's like, that's something that we really wanted to make sure in this scene is instead of Bones being like, oh, you can't go in the mines because you're weak. It's like, you shouldn't go in the mines by yourself. I also don't go in the mines by ourselves. We should all like, yeah.
you can't go to the mines because you're pathetic.
Because you're a stupid woman. Like we didn't want that to be the vibe, but like...
Suppose, if you could make it worth my while, I could go with you.
Okay.
Sure, buddy.
What about...
That's why.
What does this
10%.
10% of what?
I don't know, whatever we find. I mean, technically, it is my cave, I guess. It's on my property, so...
Make it 15 and I'll go with you.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it.
Well, that's lovely. I'm glad to do business with you. And this is a lovely place you got here. I'm excited to see it fixed up. I mean, it's been kind of run down for a while now, and I mean, that's just, oh my...
What is it?
What is going on in this here chest?
That's just, where I keep my things.
What, everything? Well, how about we head on?
Someone commented recently. They were like, classic Sniff scaring the blacksmith with her chess organization. And I was like, what do you mean classic Sniff? And then it really occurred to me that in every single video I make, it is like a staple that I am horrendously bad at chess sorting. Like,
Off to the mines.
Okay, wait. Let me just craft one more pickaxe.
Once we get back from the mines, what say you teach you how to use the smithery?
how to use the smithery. The way you say that is so good.
Very nice. Here, let me show you the cave, though.
And I gotta
she's
add
back
some
here.
southern
I just actually
pretentious
figured out how to
charm.
wield a sword, so...
Oh, here's a zombie.
Whoa. Your sword has like a cool glow to it. How is it doing that?
Well, that's the town wizard. You see, I make the tools and weapons and such, and then I take them over to the town wizard. He fancies all these tools up, and they become a lot better.
So, chat, really cool fun fact. The wizard was not in the original cast. Like, the Tony the Wizard was not planned at all to be in the original cast. It was actually at this moment before we filmed this that we realized that my character was probably not going to be able to enchant things due to the levels mod. Because I couldn't mine obsidian, I couldn't, get diamonds, I couldn't, it was just going to be too hard for any enchanting. And so we just kind of made up this character that like handles all the enchantings, and that's how Tony the Wizard was born. And I'm so glad it happened. And when we filmed this, we actually didn't know who was going to play Tony the Wizard yet. So
See a wizard, and when
it was either I was gonna ask Amesy, but I think that he was really busy with exposure craft, and so I ended up asking Gravel.
was in town.
Well, that's because he likes to keep to himself. Lives quite a bit further out the city or town limit. There's a creeper on his way, so.
What is that? Why does it look like that?
That's real.
Well, actually, if you're gonna be exploring these caves, you should probably know that that is a creeper, and if you get too close to it, it will explode, and it hurts quite a bit.
And it hurts quite a bit.
Get further down. I feel like we're still.
And that is true, chat. Like at any given point, I could have died to a creeper explosion because I had like such little health.
In the mountain.
Yeah, this is very surface level, so
Not me just flashing
let's
my
see what we can
stats
do.
there for a second.
Maybe we should try making a staircase down.
yeah, suppose that could work.
I'm just like, what are you doing?
You wouldn't happen to have any wood on you, would you? Or a crafting table or something?
I'm afraid I.
This
do
is
not.
so real of like
we
like
gonna have
going
to go
mining
back
with your
up?
friend in
I think
Minecraft.
so. We might have to end this trip
Alright.
early.
Your friend.
That's all right. Always come
Quotations.
back down later.
What does this mean?
What does this mean?
You said you had a
What does this mean? for the
forgery or
large
something?
amount of Bess,
If we're heading back to town,
contribution?
I'd be happy to show you. This right here's my place.
This right here's my place. Chat. The blacksmith was the first thing I built in Fernsfield. Just so you know.
And this
What
here's
does
the
this
forge
mean?
It's,
where all the fun tool magic happens.
the freaking squirrel. I can't stand the squirrel in this scene. I won't lie.
It was in
Well,
the walls.
It was literally in the walls.
Happens over at the wizard's place, but this is where I make the tools for the wizard now.
So how does this work exactly?
So, you put your fuel in there, like
Oh.
so,
I was trying to record the squirrel in the background
And,
going.
just to make sure that that's all full and ready. Put that in there, and then you can, you just pop that right in there, and then that burns,
Oh my god.
and you get quite a bit.
That's so much more than I get at my little dinky little furnace.
Exactly.
The squirrel is going
Oh my
crazy.
god. Do you have like a cat or something?
I do. He's upstairs. His name's Big Guy.
Yeah, big
Is that him
guy.
making that noise or?
I think that might be a squirrel, because I have never heard a cat make that noise before.
Oh.
Chat, if you don't know, Big Guy is our real cat.
Chad, is this real? The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. We have a cat named Big Guy, and he looks like this. Actually, I'm gonna go grab him. I'm gonna go to. He's gonna be so mad at me. But I'm gonna go grab him. I'll be right back. He's so mad. Oh my god. Why are you so massive? Why
'Cause
are
he's
you
Big
fat?
Guy.
But
It's in his name.
he does not want to be here. That's okay. Big Guy will let you go, but even down to the green eyes, it was crazy. All right, 1 second, Bones. Let me put my headphones back on.
Okay.
Yeah, Big Guy does not like to be on camera that much. He doesn't really like photos being taken of him and stuff. That's why you guys don't really see him. He also, but also every photo I take of him, he's kind of serving realness. He's kind of, oh my god, I literally touch Big Guy for like 30 seconds, Bug, and you act like the world is ending and that like I don't love you anymore. I love you. It's
Well,
okay.
You don't. You don't.
Yeah.
You hate Bug now, actually. This is real.
Okay. Hi, Bug. Okay. Thanks, Queen. Anyways, back to the video. Anyways. Oh my god.
Here's Wonderwall.
Yep. This here's big guy.
That's how he sounds too.
For showing me how to use this.
Yeah, of course.
I don't even know how I'd go about constructing one myself, to be honest, but...
You know, I don't either. This was just kind of here when I got here. But I figured it out, and it's been treating me well ever since.
Well, thank you so much for
of
going
course.
mining with me. You know, honestly, you're a lot nicer than I expected. Alex actually originally told me you were kind of rude, so...
The tea, the
Well,
tea.
Alex has a certain perception of people, and can't blame him.
The tea.
So, in the future...
Big
if I
guys
wanna
more
go mining
hearts than you,
again,
that's
do I
wild.
just,
Dude.
come down
Big guy is sturdy, okay?
here and say hi,
I think
or...
I made a comment
Well,
about
if
that
you'd
while
like
we
to,
were
yeah.
recording that
I'm
I
always
was
happy to
exclude.
have
Yeah.
visitors.
Because I was like,
Awesome,
yep,
maybe
this
I'll-
is
maybe
big
I'll do
guy
that.
from the mod custom
After Bones was
NPCs. He has more health
I
than I
finished
do.
melting my iron and raced back to my house against the setting sun. Back at home, I distributed the skill points I earned that day and fell into a restful sleep. When I awoke on day 21, I collected a bountiful harvest and reset the field,
That was
which
crazy.
honestly
I
took
didn't-
most of the day.
Did you
After
add
this,
that
I used some
after I
of the
reviewed the
iron
video?
I
'Cause I don't
collected with
remember
Bones
that.
to create some iron
What?
chests, which held a greater
The
deal of
speed
items.
lines?
Here, I started to sort the
Yeah.
iron that day and fell
Wait,
into
what?
a restful sleep.
Wait,
when
look,
I awoke on
we're
day
here.
21, I collected a bountiful
Yeah.
harvest and
Because I don't remember you having that
You
there.
can't move
reset
that
the fields,
fast.
which honestly took most of the day.
Well, I
After
know.
this, I used some of the iron I collected with
It'd be
Bones
funny if
to
you
create
could.
some iron chests, which held a greater deal of items. Here,
A greater
I started
deal.
to sort things,
Okay, girl.
kind of, as I mostly just put my crops together and
The
gave up
writer.
halfway through. From this point on,
You think
I had
you're
a
so
pretty clear
sly.
idea of what I wanted to do, which was finish the house. And so I worked on that until the
Greater
sun set.
quantity of items.
It's like... Chat, is it so much to say that I just wanted a house?
On day 22, I started to examine the blueprints a little closer. I noticed the house had this beautiful blue roof, which based on the roofs in town was likely made from kaolin, this sort of colorful brick that was crafted from sand and clay. Neither of these I had, so I assembled many shovels and ventured
Chat, I was gonna, add a bunch of facts in this. Kaolin is a real material in real life. It should not be used for roofs.
away from home. This was probably a good idea anyways, as surveying
way
the
too
area
heavy.
around my house
No,
could help
it's
me
just-
find
it's very
resources I might need
chalk-like.
later. And on top of
Oh,
that, I could always
then,
forage
yeah,
for more
absolutely
crops.
not.
I ended up traveling to the nearby
I just
swell
like
of the
colorful
river,
roofs.
across from where the town sat, where I found sand and clay.
In every
Then I
fantasy
scurried back
world,
to my
I want
house before
colorful
the
roofs.
sunset, crafting some kaolin before going to bed. The next day, I harvested some more aspen and continued to meticulously build up my house. Things were looking good, and I finally crafted some windows. But still,
There goes my
kaolin
weekend
supply
plans of
was low,
re-roofing.
and it occurred to me that I might need some more bricks and therefore clay for the fireplace. Either way, I was committed to the day's activity and kept building until the sunset.
It's
Then,
Minecraft,
on day 24,
exactly.
I ventured out in the opposite direction. I came across an empty village, finding an old stove and some crops before continuing up the mountainside. When I reached the peak, a valley of hot springs was laid out before me, and at the sight of red sand, I ran down hoping to find clay accompanying it. But I was wrong, and really there wasn't much in this cold, windswept area. So I headed back to my house, arriving around nightfall and going to bed. When I awoke, I set out once again in a slightly different direction, following the dip of the valley until I came across a large lake. Here in the shallow areas was exactly what I was looking for.
The amount of
bountiful
times I had to
supply of
come
clay
back to
and
this
sand.
stupid
I
lake.
dug until all my shovels broke and I hardly had any space for it in my inventory. And last, as I traveled back home, I made a point to gather any blue cornflowers I saw for their dye. On day 26, I crafted a stone cutter, and now with a more plentiful supply of kaolin, I felt comfortable to continue building my home. There was a bit of irony in how much I fussed over the roof material, considering I had hardly built
love the
up to the
music
roof
here, Bones.
anyways.
I know that's
Alas,
like-
building was
I
still
already
a
probably
slow
have told you
process,
that.
as I was careful not to fall, and even more careful in my block placements.
Who
While I
knows?
really love building in a creative sense, I also
Will
find a
you
lot of beauty in
play
restoring
music?
things, and it's something I do frequently in my real life. In a world of overconsumption, I think it's
You suggested I put that in there.
No, I know, but it got me, dude. It got me. Dude, also, it's even funnier. It just... anyways.
pretty easy to
When you called it cold and windsup but it was hot springs, I was very confused. Well, that's because like the area is still a taiga. Fuck.
Taiga. It's a taiga.
Bug just told you, never mind, anyways.
Bug is
fall into a
threatening me.
mindset
Bug is
that there will
threatening you
always
right
be new
now.
things to replace the old, which isn't inherently bad, but it seems like it's accompanied by the lost art of mending and repair. I've come to see mending a shirt or
Hi,
refinishing
Bug.
an old piece of furniture to almost be a
This is
form of
real.
respect.
This is
Not
real.
just for myself, but for the people who made them
Yo.
and for the people who might own it
Taiga is
after.
actually insane.
Anyways, how this
Yeah, kill that guy, Oppo. Kill that guy.
See, everyone is bullying me, dude. Oh my god. Chat. Also, I'm gonna be so real with you. Like, I was just spitting facts here because this is true. I genuinely love to refinish furniture. If you guys ever see photos of my setup, my desk I refinished. Yeah.
We're working on 3 separate pieces of furniture that we
True.
need to refinish.
We have 2 couches we are reupholstering at the moment, and then also I'm refinishing this gorgeous mid-century credenza that I will definitely be sharing online when I'm done with it because I have been spending so much time on it.
applies to Minecraft House, I don't know, but I can tell you it's incredibly satisfying to watch this building take shape in a new yet old way. I woke up on day 27 feeling refreshed and ready to grind away at my house, but first I had to harvest my crops. By this point, learning skills was becoming more and more common, so I won't bother you with the detail of every single earned point. Besides, it was mostly just farming and mining, which who could have seen that coming? Once I was done with the crops, I realized I was
You're
going to
telling
need
me
more limestone
in
for my
Minecraft,
build, so I trekked up the mountainside
in the farm
and began
RPG,
carving out a
you're
small
leveling up
box.
farming and mining?
With a good stack or two, I returned home
By
and
farming
continued
and
to build up
mining?
my
That's-
home into the
dude.
evening. On day
Crazy.
28, I started the day off by visiting town. I had a
I
few
think
ores
you've
I
gone
wanted
too
to
far with
smelt,
this
and
one.
Bones'
Yeah.
forgery was certainly better than mine. I skipped down the beaten path, finding an egg on my way, and then spoke to Bones at the
Finding
counter.
an egg on
The
my
exchange
way? What
rates
did I
were pretty
say?
good.
Say
I
that.
noted how iron, gold,
It's
copper,
important.
and diamond.
Somebody was laughing here at me in the comments because they were saying like, how come you can trade to iron for 1 emerald, but then they're selling 1 iron for 1 emerald? And I was like, that is unfortunately how most Minecraft economies have to work, because otherwise it would be like busted. But anyways.
Diamond could all be exchanged for emeralds and decided to keep that in mind. While my ore smelted, I visited the other shops, then grabbed my ingots and headed back up the mountain. For the rest of the day and into day 29, I continued
Girl,
to build
why are
the
you jumping so
house,
much?
slowly
Stop.
but steadily.
Stop.
All the while, I was thinking about my tools and my supply of
Sniff
iron.
is
Each
excited.
time I gathered supplies, it was a slow process, and even my iron tools would break constantly. It was pretty annoying. Although I was close to finishing my house, I decided that on day 30 I would venture further into the mines, but not the caves. I wasn't going to completely
I
disregard
said,
Bones' advice,
like
so
a
instead of
liar.
wandering the caves by myself, I started a slow descent down, and boy did this take a long time. Even by the end of day 30, I had barely hit deep slate, and I'd gone through many pickaxes without much to show for it. I ended up going to bed and woke up on day 31 to harvest my crops. I garnered more experience, and then it was back down to the mines, where I decided I would try to stay there even through the night. Eventually, I dug into a large cavern and for a moment contemplated going inside, but already I could spot monsters and my skills only allowed me to wield a very measly
I love
stone
foreshadowing.
sword, so instead I kept going deeper and deeper
I love
into the
accidental
rock.
foreshadowing.
Finally, I reached deep slate and eventually another substance. It shimmered like the night sky, and as I broke it, I gained experience. Skulk. At first, I was absolutely delighted, and then promptly disappointed as I peered down at the ancient city below. I heard tales of these
Love that
places
shot.
and the strong wardens that guarded them. It wouldn't really be a great idea to go further, at least not without Bones or another companion.
I love the idea of wardens as like, because again, like I said, the Fernsfield is very much so based off of like a small Appalachian town, and so like I love the idea of like wardens and stuff like that being like little lore, like almost like mythology, like local mythology.
But the way that skulk twinkled at me, as if begging to be harvested for its valuable experience, I thought on it for a moment and decided that maybe it would be okay so long as I was careful and stayed away from the shriekers. With the experience gained, I leveled up my farming, mining, alchemy, luck, you name it. Only when I had cleared most of the area around me did I realize I completely forgot my mission to find better materials. Oops. Briefly, I took a trip to the surface to find it was noon on my 32nd day here. I grabbed some supplies and dove back into the earth, this time going against all instincts and warnings as I entered the heart of the cave. I stayed away from the city, cooling lava around me to walk upon the wide river. There, I found my first diamond, which was great, but I was disappointed it was only one. So...
Reference!
Stop. I continued along the river,
I can't.
keeping my eye out for that sparkly blue gem.
What?
However, everywhere I turned was skulk and more skulk. I even found a small cave so covered that gazing into it was like gazing into an endless sky. Eventually, I decided to just tunnel into the wall. When I reached my final iron pickaxe, I made a last-ditch effort to branch mine, and sure enough, on my third or so branch, I found a supple vein of diamonds. With this new valuable material, I ran up to my house. I emerged in the middle of day 34, absolutely spent, but happy I could craft myself some diamond tools. I did so and left a couple extra for when I could eventually wield a diamond sword, and then
I said
spend the rest
never
of the
being
day
able to
working
wield
on
a
my
diamond
house
sword.
again, because I didn't want to waste a second of daylight. When I awoke on day 35,
Also, chat, you know what's so funny? So I don't know if I've ever told you guys this, but I have like a very associative memory. I'm a visually associative memory. And so like, it's so funny when I'm watching this because I can tell you exactly what YouTube video I was watching while I built during each scene. Or like I very specifically, I was listening to an audiobook while I was filming this part.
I found a chest outside my front door.
I can't remember. I have that exact same thing.
Yep.
For like a very specific, I feel like it was a philosophy tube video I was watching while I was playing Nightingale. So now whenever
I know exactly which one you're talking about because you streamed it to me while I was playing with you.
Yeah, and
now
I can't watch philosophy tube without thinking about Nightingale, and that just makes me sad because Nightingale was so.
That's the one where she was talking about I think it was like city design or something like that. City infrastructure. I don't remember. Anyways, within it was a wax-sealed note asking me to visit the wizard's house. This must have been the guy Bones mentioned, the one who enchanted their sword. Apparently, he lived across the valley, but when I thought about it, I couldn't recall seeing anything there. Curiously, I made my way over. See, I love this because then I can just like make it up that like you can't see the wizard. Somebody said it in the comments that were, and I totally agree. I think that in my head, you can't see the wizard house until you know of it. It's like one of those things. And sure enough, the house appeared in view. I approached it cautiously and greeted the wizard. Editor's note, Snifferish didn't turn down the game audio during these cutscenes, which is why the birds in the wind are so loud. My bad! My bad.
Listen, I have to put you on blast.
Listen,
my job is your editor.
Listen, I have to figure out how to separate my audios in my recordings, and then I'm just silly. Oh? To be fair, this was our first time ever recording like with other people live, so oopsies.
True.
Hello.
Yeah, my OG, the goat.
You are not what I was expecting.
Hey. What were you expecting?
I don't know. When you see a note signed "The Wizard," I guess you know you expect the old man with a long beard and
Do I not look like a wizard?
I mean, to be very fair, you do. I just
You see the hat?
It's kind of cool.
What kind of hat is that? That's a wizard hat, right? Huh?
I mean, I guess. Sorry. Oh, it's been a long few days. I received a letter about enchanting tools, so that's why I'm here.
Oh yeah, no, the tools. Do you have the rocks? The rocks, the blue ones?
Yeah, I have the lapis, and I have.
Not the birds go crazy.
So you know how to do magic.
I do. Yeah, so I am a wizard.
Well, yeah, but like a real.
Also, chat, if you'll notice, Tony is the only two people with elf ears in this video are Stiff and Tony. Of course, I go back and forth on whether or not Stiff, the character, should have elf ears or deer ears. Wizard.
Do I not look like a real wizard? I don't understand what your problem is.
Listen. Where I'm from, in the city, people call themselves wizards all the time. It's actually mean that they're wizards.
So you think just because I'm young, I'm less knowledgeable and can't be a wizard?
Yes.
I am Tony the Wizard.
I
may be young, but I know magic.
But I know magic, guys.
Tony?
I am Tony the Wizard. And I may be young, but I know how to do magic.
Short for like some kind of like, you know, more like magical name.
Antonius.
Like Antonius.
Yeah.
No, just Tony. Just Tony the Wizard.
Just Tony.
Just
so
Tony.
if you come over here, yeah, that's called an enchantment table, and it's magic.
The wind is
So you have those blue rocks, right? You have the blue rocks.
Yeah.
So when you look at that enchantment table, you can put blue rocks in there.
Okay.
I know magic is
And
my
the
kind of
blue
wizard.
rocks are
Dude,
what
literally.
kind of channels that magic into whatever you're trying to enchant to make it better and
Not
and
me
more
having the worst
magical.
alchemy skills, and so Sniff can't do good magic.
See?
It's really that
See,
easy?
there you go. It's
really
it's that
that
easy.
It's really that easy.
Okay, well then no wonder you're a wizard. This isn't that hard.
What? What do you mean?
Well, I'm just saying. Like,
She
I
kind of
feel
got
like
him. Like,
This is so much easier than I thought it would be.
I have been in wizard training my entire life. Are you saying magic's easy?
Well, you said
You
it
saying
was
my job's
easy
easy?
yourself. You said it was easy yourself.
It's easy for me, but I'm a wizard.
Look, we got off on the wrong foot here, but I appreciate the shiny tools.
You're welcome.
Now, I'm only asking this because I've been asking everyone else so far. But is there anything I can bring you in return for your troubles?
Can I have your blue rocks?
Yes.
yes.
Thank you.
Well, I
Bring me
appreciate
more
this.
blue rocks another time. Don't come back here if you don't have blue rocks. See you later. With
See
more
you
blue
later.
rocks.
After that interesting interaction, I headed home with my newly enchanted tools, eager to use them. So I chopped trees and filled in my roof slowly but steadily. Then I went to retrieve some more dye from my kaolin bricks and continued to build. I was so close to having a completed roof over my head, and with the progression in my tools, I could easily collect materials for my future builds. Everything felt as though it was finally looking up. Before nightfall, I quickly ran to collect some more clay, and then I ran home for bed. Feeling fresh on day 36, I continued to fill in my roof until once again I had to go find blue flowers for dye. I really regretted giving the wizard all of my lapis at this point,
Yeah.
considering I could have just
Ouch.
used that, but oh well. I ended up pulling an all-nighter into day 37, and though the lack of sleep exhausted
The
me,
first
I continued to
all-nighter
build
I do
until
in the
ran out of
video.
kaolin. Once again, I went to retrieve clay, and this time as I sprinted home, gazing upon the sunset, I decided I should probably sleep tonight. You know, hit the hay. Get it? Because my bed is made of hay. I need a real bed. The next day, I finally harvested my crops again as I realized I had
Kirby
been
music,
neglecting
let's
them a bit.
go!
Probably not a smart idea considering they were my income for the time being. Speaking of, I had accumulated a decent stock and soon it would be time to sell it off at the general store. For today though, replanting the fields took up most of my time, and with the remaining sunlight, I opted to gather cornflowers instead. On day 39, I began the morning by chopping some spruce trees
skeleton
in
just in the
warm
corner
sunlight,
there.
Then continued to build. I was literally on the verge
I
of
was
completing
thinking
this
about
house and I
making a
was
little
so
edit, printing
excited.
it out, but then
I
I
was
was
gonna
like,
do
would
everything I
this
could
add
today to
anything?
finish
Yeah,
this.
true.
So that's exactly what I did. It was mostly constructing the roof and then details, but eventually I had finally completed the house. Well, not the garage, but that's okay. I wanted to keep the momentum going, and I
It's not like I
already
had a
knew where
car.
wanted to focus my efforts next, the kitchen. As the sun rose on day 40, I prepped myself to venture into the mines. I already knew I needed calcite for the countertops, but I had a hunch I needed to replace the floor as well. The tile there at the moment was beautiful and reminded me of the floor in my old city apartment. However, it required materials I didn't have access to, so for now I was gonna have to replace it. I used a
I love those
combination of
bricks.
calcite and deep slate to create a classic black and white checkered pattern. While building, my curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to research where exactly this pattern originated from. I found that apparently checkered tiles predate recorded histories and have been found in ancient civilizations such as Egypt, estimated as far back as 3000 BC. Which,
I love this.
Wow, I don't know why, but that's so fascinating to me.
No
Both
Mustang on the
humans really saw
farm,
this and
man.
was like, yep, this is the pattern. Anyways, I started to build the cabinets and furnish my kitchen. I stayed up rearranging, playing around with the design, while a thunderstorm raged outside. I was especially glad to have my house now, considering it had no effect on me. Although Though, right as I was getting ready for bed, I realized that poor Cabot was still outside,
Yeah.
and so I brought him in. On day 41, I kept building my kitchen, focusing on getting another stove and outfitting the room with tools and supplies. I didn't have any bricks though, so once again, I made my way to the shallow bed in the dip of the valley to harvest some clay. I skipped back and set my
Take a
bricks to
shot
bake
every
while I
time
thought
Sif
of other
harvests
things to
clay. No,
build.
sorry.
So, strangely, I heard a noise outside my house, and when I walked around the back, a pillager was there, his bow aimed at my head. I quickly hid behind the nearby wall and waited for my opportunity to attack. Once he was gone, I glanced around, wondering if he brought more with him, but that was all. I went back to building my kitchen, trying to shake the attack, but it was so odd. No
That was all, chat.
one mentioned pillagers in this area. Eventually, though, it drifted from my mind, and in turn, I found my way to bed to drift into sleep. On day 42, I awoke and got ready to...
Oh my god!
Hey, knock knock.
Oh,
Somebody made a comment about how every single person scares me when they approach me, and that's because that's real chat. That's like I genuinely get so I get so in my brain hole that like I lack so much spatial awareness.
oh my gosh. Sorry.
You have made so much progress over here. Hi.
Yeah, you know, I don't even think I know how many days it's been since I've been down there, but I have literally thought of nothing but this house. I'm so proud of it.
It looks amazing. I mean, wow.
Sniff's home.
Well,
Wow.
what brings you up the mountain? Is everything okay down in the town, or?
Oh, yeah. No, everything's great. I just thought I'd swing by and visit.
Oh, yeah, actually, I just...
You're not too busy.
No. I mean, I just finished constructing my kitchen, actually.
Oh, really?
I'm so proud of it.
Oh my
Of course.
gosh, that's it.
So chat, there was a huge break here in recording. I think between like this recording session and the time before it, I think there was like a 4-week recording break, which contributed to Fernsfield taking so long to produce because it was TwitchCon, and so everyone who was in the recording went away, and then I in turn also was working on a bunch of ads, so that's why I'm also back in my original stiff skin.
We're baking something.
I don't.
We're making something. Yep, this is it.
Small
This is
outfit change temporarily.
Wait, would now be a good time to know to say I don't really know how to cook.
Confirmed.
Well, this would be the best time to
Snifferish
say that.
in this
because I
video
can
has
teach you.
more than one.
Okay, yeah. I mean,
outfit.
I've just
Yeah,
been
yeah.
throwing potatoes on the
Yo!
fire, but
Okay, well, we can do a little bit better than potatoes on fire. Here, potato soup. We just need a potato and an onion.
A
yeah, sorry,
potato.
It's been a bit. It's been a bit since I've been to town. I've just
No.
I
been
love
so busy
Gracie.
up here.
You don't have to apologize. I mean, you've been hard at work. The farm looks amazing. Oh my gosh, the pupper. What did you end up naming them?
His name is Cabot. Of course, I had to bring him inside because there was a huge thunderstorm the other night.
Oh, yeah. So, that's another thing actually I wanted to warn you about. We are entering a bit of a little rainstorm season, so you're
Oh.
gonna see a lot more of those storms.
Foreshadowing.
It shouldn't last a terribly long time,
What?
hopefully.
Yeah,
And then don't
let's
put any
go.
carpets in here.
Who's
Keep it
down for
fun.
some foreshadowing?
It's definitely for the best.
What
I see. It's a
foreshadowing day
specific
video.
cooking pot. I don't have the iron to make that right now.
Oh, no worries. Okay, let's see. Don't worry. I have so many other recipes in here. So let's just... and so we're going to make a strawberry cake today.
We were having so much trouble
my
figuring
gosh.
out what we could
So
make.
good.
The
And I brought the ingredients for this one.
oh, good.
Because I didn't want to use up your ingredients for something that I wanted to make. So, perfect. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to make some sugar.
Spoil your
Some
chat. Sif's house
sugar
get
cane
yeah, it gets
inside the
actually imploded.
basket, not from your own personal
I don't think
stock.
I have any anyways.
Okay, good. Well, you're welcome to have anything in here. You can keep it.
Oh, thank
Um,
you. Okay,
'Cause
so then
I stole it from the general store. Borrowed. And then we're gonna throw that, a strawberry, the sugar, and the dough
okay.
into the stove. Well, while this is baking, I figured I could share a little bit about something exciting that's coming up in the town.
Oh.
I don't know if Alex had mentioned to you that we do a yearly.
This was so cheesy, but I loved.
God.
Can you turn up the video a little? Gotcha.
It's so much fun.
The scene is
so
quiet.
Fun. It really is such a great time to bring the whole town together.
Do you guys get like
and-
a lot of
and-
tourism and stuff here?
Yeah, honestly, it's one of the few times where like we actually do have people passing through, aside from you showing up earlier. It really isn't super common. So the Harvest Festival is like our big, exciting thing that we do. And Alex is actually he's planning.
Okay, see, this feels cheesy, but this is real. Like growing up in a rural area, like harvest festivals and like, you know, like craft fairs, things that involved a lot of vendors and stuff like that were always so crucial to the local like economy and the local businesses. Personally, like we wouldn't have like harvest festivals exactly, but they would do like weekend festivals at like orchards and stuff like that. Yeah.
It for the first time alone this year. Oh, look, the cake's done.
Wow, that made so many.
Yeah.
Wait, can I?
It's the recipe like makes two. It makes double.
Oh.
Ta-da!
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. It's so
Isn't
beautiful.
it? It smells so good. You did a great job with like
I love strawberries.
the lacing on the top as well.
Was the eye shifting an intentional thing you could press because it's always so on time? No, we couldn't control it at all. It just happened to be so perfect. Like,
That looks amazing.
it tastes amazing. Oh my god, I'm never eating
so
baked potatoes
glad.
ever again.
You have so much in
I
your
say
meat
like a liar.
Cakes. You know, have this as much as you want. There's a
The
ton in
scene was
bag.
so cute, Chad. I love the scene.
You're so welcome. Well, I will leave you to building and hopefully more baking.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, also one thing. You should totally get a mailbox.
Oh.
You
You
should,
know-
because there's.
Guess what Sif
Wizard
did
ways
not
you can
do? The wizard tried to send me something, and I didn't have a mailbox. He just left it on my front
no.
door.
Well, if you have a mailbox, we'll all be able to, kind of avoid that a little bit more. Good luck with.
Who
your
is the
baking and
postman in
building
Fernsfield? Who do you
and
think's doing the mail?
And
Clearly
stay
you have
safe
not
for
seen
the rainstorm
Klaus.
season.
I think I'm gonna try and make a trip to the village soonish.
Well, okay, that's my thing. Is like they're probably. Oh my god, Bug, you're falling. Bug, you're falling. In my head, I'm assuming there's probably more people in Fernsfield than like what you see in the video. They're just like not there.
I'll be in touch, of course.
Perfect. Well, I look forward to seeing you.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Take care. That's a door. Bye-bye.
Bye. Aster's visit had soothed me in ways I didn't expect. Her kindness was something I wasn't really used to, and cooking with her made me feel a lot more motivated to think about the joy my farm could bring through food. I decided I wanted to better outfit my kitchen, and so I dove into the mines in search of iron. Unfortunately, my little spot was still surrounded by a dark, ancient, ruined city, and I could hardly get around without triggering the skulk sensors. I only managed to get a bit before I decided to call it a day. I came back up to the setting sun, decided to harvest my wheat, and went to bed. When I awoke on day 43, I harvested the carrots and dumped my crops into a chest downstairs. Oh man, this was getting really bad. I desperately wanted to sort my things, but first I needed to use the daylight for a visit to town. While there, I smelted my iron ore and spoke to Bones about their stock. No sooner though was I already heading back up the mountain, where I used my new iron to craft myself an adorable fridge and upgrade my backpack. With that all out of the way, I started the long process of sorting.
So, chat, I do have a slight accent, as you guys know, and I did not realize how funny it is that I say backpack. Like backpack. And I don't know why. I can't say it any other way.
My chest. This took the entire night and well into the next day. When I had finally finished, I spent the remaining time adding some details to my home and then went to bed, as one all-nighter was enough for me. Feeling so much more refreshed on day 45, I decided it was time to get back to some good old farming. My home was entirely complete. I still had to build a garage and decorate the inside, but ultimately I needed to get back on track here. At the moment, I was growing carrots and wheat, but ideally I wanted to add potatoes, strawberries, corn, and as much variety as I could. To do all this though, I was gonna need to prep some land first, which meant it was time to get digging. In my first few days here, this would have been a heavy task, but now with a nice diamond shovel, I was cruising through it. Landscaping is so relaxing. For me, it's the perfect time to throw on a podcast or listen to a YouTube video, which is exactly what I was doing, and the reason why I didn't realize how much time had passed. Days flew by and I was rapidly approaching the halfway point. It occurred to me that day 50 might be the perfect time to visit the village and finally sell all that I had harvested. In the evening of day 49, as I walked back to my house from the mountains, a thunderstorm rolled in over the brilliant sky. I tried to continue my work outside, but when a strike of lightning in the distance nearly scared my heart out of my chest, I forced myself to go inside. The wind howled and the sky roared, and once again I was so thankful to have a roof over my head. I took to the cellar and began crafting a cart to carry my supplies the following day, all while a plethora of noises echoed above. There was not much I could do at this point, so I decided to take my bed down to the cellar, the safest part of the house, and fell into a deep sleep. When I woke the next morning, there was still a light drizzle. I decided not to let it ruin my plans and proceeded to load my cart full of carrots. By the time I set out, the sky had cleared and I noticed someone on the path. Bones?
Well, howdy. Good morning to you.
What are you? Did you replace the path?
You mentioned wanting to replace it before, and since most of it washed away in that there storm last night, I figured I'd make it more durable.
How long have you been working on this?
I've been working on this here road darn near the whole night.
A little sweetie.
Thank you. I mean,
The pillars are from Create Deco, I think. Yeah, anyways.
was it really that bad? I mean, it was kind of bad before, but like, I don't know.
Well, we're about to enter a rainy season, you see. Right around this time every year or so, it thunders close to every night.
Oh well, I have to get to the village. You know, it takes like a half a day to walk there, so.
Oh yeah, I am very familiar with the distance between the two.
Thank you so much again for doing all this. I don't even know what to say, to be honest.
There's no need to worry yourself about it. Get along now, I'll catch you later.
Thanks. I continued on the new path, realizing last night had transformed the landscape way more than I expected. Autumn had hit the valley, and the whole world was basking in a beautiful orange glow. As per usual, the town remained pretty quiet for the morning. I made my
I'll talk after
way
this
over to the general store, heaving at the weight of my cart. However, as I approached the door, I heard what I could only assume was panic. But
Why?
sorry, something going on? You okay?
Hey, Sniff.
Is something
Crazy seeing you here.
Yeah, in the general store where I sell things.
I know everyone doesn't really like Alex, but I love Alex. I won't lie.
You wanna close that real quick?
Okay.
Nothing's going on. Yeah, what? What do you want?
To sell things. At
the general store.
Like I usually, are you certain that
Okay,
nothing's...
so
Why are you acting so weird?
I'm not acting weird. You're acting weird. Why are you acting weird?
I am literally
Why
acting
you're
You and I
coming in here and
gaslight.
selling things? That's
yeah,
really
like, 'cause
weird.
that's what I normally do.
He is kind of listen. Alex is a little bit mansplain, manipulate male wife, but it's okay. He's got older child syndrome. It's
This morning or...
We have been running low on carrot.
Okay, well, I have some carrots outside if I just open these
okay,
doors.
that's not the problem, though. That's not the problem.
Okay. Then you gotta tell me the problem so that we can solve the problem.
Sure. Listen, the train tracks have been washed out.
That's it?
That's
Why,
not good.
why are you laughing? This is serious.
You're acting like someone died in the train tracks just
This is worse
sorry, I'm laughing at myself.
than somebody dying.
What? They're gonna fix it.
No, they're not. Who's gonna fix it? Who do you think is going to fix this, Sniff?
I don't know. Like, where do I like? It's not like how taxes work or something.
No. Do you think the country cares about a stupid little
This is real.
village like this?
Okay, yeah, actually, that's a pretty good point.
We're done for.
Okay, well, I mean, everyone here has farm and agriculture. Like, we can sustain ourselves for a bit, right?
Do you think we have a functioning farm?
The Alex Joker music.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of been doing a lot of work on mine. I think it's looking pretty.
Oh my god, you're funny. Do you really think a family of 5 is going to survive off of flowers for a month?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Look, the
Something
supplies
just
for the
Something
harvest
just
festival are not
happened.
gonna make it.
Okay, we gotta tell everyone. We gotta explain this.
No. That's exactly the opposite of what. No, don't.
Okay.
Oh my god. I just asked if I could trust you.
Well, I don't understand why we can't just.
We have to be quiet.
Pull up the clip.
Oh my god. Okay. Wait. Where is it? Is it in our DMs? Wait.
Maybe I can send it in chatting.
Yeah. Maybe that's a bit too harsh. No, I mean, listen. The thing about Alex chat, right, is like a lot of people think that Alex is the villain, and I would say that Alex is the antagonist. I don't necessarily think that like Alex is an inherently evil person. Like the way that I kind of wanted it to read, at least, was that like Alex has been thrust into a position of leadership, and you know, they're supposed to maintain the general store, they're supposed to do all of this stuff, and it's like supposed to be very clear that they're expected to do this and not anybody else. Like, and so they definitely like internalize that a lot, and that's why they're putting like all of the things that they're saying to Sniff, they're not saying with the intention of like manipulating Sniff, they're saying because they genuinely believe in them. Like Alex is my little anxious meow meow. Yeah, like for me, like when Alex, like later on in this scene, Alex says that like if we tell everybody, the town will be on fire. I don't think that that's Alex like trying to like fearmonger Sniff with like too much harm. It's like that's what Alex believes. Like older child, yeah, like that's kind of how I read Alex. A lot of people like really think that Alex is like evil. Like they're like, oh, I bet Alex like worked with the pillagers and like made Sif's house burn down. I'm like, y'all, Alex is like probably like a 22-year-old like person. Like they're probably just like they, girl, you should be at the club. Like where did you send it, Bones? Are you still looking for it?
It's still uploading, and I'm putting it in the recording voice chat text channel.
Okay. I'll show chat after that.
Any sense?
Yes, it does. Which one is it?
There's a few of them.
We gotta tell everyone.
Okay, I think it's this one. Okay, let me. 1 second, chat. Let me make sure I can get this correct. They probably curl up in a ball every night and sob. Like, actually, like, I'm so like that is how I personally view Alex, is like this anxious, like, and it's kind of like what Sniff was talking about, where it's like I genuinely think that like I can't pull it up for some reason on my browser. This sucks. Hello. Here, wait, let me try something. Okay, I got it. This is the clip that Bones made while editing this.
Okay, we gotta tell everyone. We gotta explain this.
No, that's exactly the opposite of what's no.
Okay.
Oh my god. I just asked if I could trust you.
Well, I don't understand why we can't just.
We have to be quiet.
It's so stupid.
Oh my god. It's so dumb. I love it. Oh my god. Oh, I love this video. Okay, anyways, yeah, so anyways, chat, that's like my general opinion on Alex, just so we know.
Voice, lower your voice. They're gonna hear you.
So
You gotta come down to my level.
so
Okay.
you
Listen,
can't tell anybody.
tell anybody. The supplies are gone, but I think I have a solution. I've been thinking about it all morning.
Okay.
Okay, come over here.
What's
You
this?
need to get me all these supplies.
Oh. So chat, by the way, if you're wondering why there was this almost like a random plot change in the middle of the video, it was because I felt like if I did the like 500 emeralds thing, I would end up just grinding the entire video. And so we came up with this idea of doing like a harvest festival with a list, because then it would force my gameplay to kind of diversify a little bit. And it would create interactions with other people. Like, if this list wasn't implemented into the video, it would have made it a lot harder for me to naturally interact with everybody.
Alex, I haven't paid any of my debt yet. I don't know if I have the time to...
Okay. New idea, right? So,
You and
you give me
Tom
those supplies
Nook.
and consider your debt paid.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
The Switch.
all of it paid. Just get me those supplies. But you can't tell anybody, okay?
Yeah, no, totally. I can do this. Oh,
Can
actually,
you keep your mouth shut?
this is...
Sorry, that's the line delivery there was fantastic. Oh my god.
wine. Braziers, plants, rope, hops, yeast, sugar, apple cider.
Nev, don't look
I
at the
don't
ingredient
know how
list.
to-
You can do this. Don't process the long list of ingredients you have to get. Just do it.
Okay, yeah. I do.
Alex is
I do.
actually
I
so
really do.
unhinged, dude.
No, but
I kind of love it though.
I'm gonna prove to you that my farm can help this place. I still
but
don't.
you can't tell anybody, okay? That's the one. Don't tell anybody.
I still don't understand.
Yeah, this is like Alex's like demons talking through them right now.
why. I mean, they could help us.
Gosh. Come out here.
Okay.
You see all this?
Yeah, it's really pretty.
The Harvest Festival is really, really important. You know why?
Why?
No.
It brings the tourists.
Oh.
And not just that, it brings people together. Everything here is going to burn to the ground if we don't get those supplies.
No.
And if people find out that we don't have those supplies, guess what's going to happen? My store is burning, your home is burning, everything is burning.
Go to therapy.
I have just spent the past 50 days on that house. I am not letting that house burn.
You want to go
over my
back to
dead
day
body.
one?
No.
Exactly. Then don't tell anybody. Okay, Sniff?
Okay.
Also, I want people to know, like, you know, at the beginning of this video, I kind of talked about a person who, like, I'm no longer friends with, who, you know, like, was pressuring me to make more YouTube videos and was saying I wasn't posting enough and blah, 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 blah. And it's so funny how I accidentally manifested them into being Alex. Like, because I've had my own Alexes in my life, right? I think at some point, like, it's kind of hard because I think in some ways we've all maybe been Alex a little bit, maybe not to this extreme, right? But this whole, like, you know, it really is the whole lesson of this video of, like, we get really anxious and we then push it on to other people, which is not something that I think a lot of people realize that they do.
We can do this. We can do this.
Oh, you can do this. I have to get some other stuff done.
Oh. I'm gonna need raw beef. I need cows. I need to build a farm or a barn and
Vine boom.
Are you sure we can't go back to the original deal?
People named Alex watching this video.
Okay.
By the way, I chose the name Alex because Alex is supposed to be, like, gender ambiguous. I know that we use a lot of, like, he, him, brother stuff, and I think that that's just because people, like, defaulted to that because they're, like, supposed to be, like, I think it was said that Alex was Aster's brother, but, like, most of the characters in this town are supposed to be, like, non-binary. Most of them, like, I think Bones and Alex both use any pronouns just like their real actors do. And then Tony the Wizard is like he, they. I think that Aster would probably also be like she, they. There's a lot of non-binary people here because, like, who cares, right?
Great. Yeah. Noted. Cool. I glanced down at Alex's list, noting the amount of goods I didn't have the facilities for at my own farm. The crops I was ready for, but meat, wool, those were animal products. I tried to recall my first day here, that tour, and I remember that Alex told me there was a livestock dealer or an animal guy or something. So I walked around the bend, following the sounds of bleating sheeps and mooing cows. Is there seriously no one here?
One of my favorite characters.
Hey,
What are you doing?
What are you
here?
doing?
Ryan Gradios!
What am I doing here? Is this the animal place? Can I purchase animals here?
I love Forest.
Yep, looks right. It looks about right.
Do you work here?
Oh yeah, no, Sorry.
Can I speak to your manager?
Yeah, no, I work here.
Okay. Well, I was wondering if I could purchase a cow or two.
Do I look like I own any cows?
Are you being sarcastic? I can't tell. That was not planned, by the way. Yeah. Oh, Sip, that reminds me, in a later moment when someone uses 3 different pronouns for you in 2 sentences and I had to pause and take a break because of how much, yeah. Like, that's the thing, is like quite literally everybody in this video is like non-binary pretty much.
Well, I do own a bunch of cows. My name's Forrest. I own all these cows and I guess this one little cat over here, but that's not for sale.
Yeah.
This little girl's not for sale, okay? Don't even think about it.
Oh. Okay. Well, what about this little guy? Do you have a name? Oh.
Oh yeah, his name's Betsy.
Oh. That's very creative.
You like it?
Yeah, what's this one's name?
It's Betsy.
And that one, the one over there?
I'm not gonna lie to you, they're all called Betsy.
Oh,
why
one
do you need a
second.
cow for?
Bug is messing with things. 1 second. 1 second.
Nothing.
Sorry, Bug likes to cause problems. She was trying to knock over my makeup stuff.
Or
Oh, well, I own the farm up there, and I thought I'd just get into some cow. Forrest 100% uses their business for money laundering. Changed my mind. No, dude. See, okay, Forrest. There were so many like character details that never got put in the video. Forrest lives in this house with his grandma. And his grandma is who I would assume to be like who I thought would be like the town doctor. And so like he just is like he's just like there. Like that's Forrest's job, is just being there. Farming stuff.
cow farm and stuff. Yeah, that sounds...
He doesn't. Yeah, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Forrest probably doesn't even know what money laundering is. Bro sells a cow and then goes home and buys a 6-pack. Like,
Yeah, that sounds about right. It sounds like you do with cows, huh?
yeah, I think. I don't know. I mean, what do you do with cows, huh?
Anyways, you are interested in buying some cows. Listen, I would love to sell you some cows, but I need to know if you're up to it. Okay, you got to make sure they got somewhere they can stay. Right? We've had a lot of bad weather recently. I don't know if you noticed. Listen, do you see this? Do you see this magical barn right here? I
Yes.
spent days building this. Do you have a barn?
No.
So let me get this straight.
Right.
You come all the way to my barn trying to buy my Betsy when you don't even have a barn yourself.
All right, so I just go build a barn, come back here, and you let me buy a cow.
I'll let you buy as many cows as you want.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Yeah, I love Forrest.
I'm gonna go build that barn
Great
now.
character.
Okay.
You have fun
a
with
good one.
Betsy and Betsy and Betsy and
Yeah, I will. I will.
Forrest was an interesting character, but he was certainly right. It was only fair that I built a barn before I started housing animals, though it was another thing on a now very long list. The new responsibility thrust upon me was making my head spin, so much that I had forgotten I was here to sell carrots to Alex. So I quickly traveled back to Alex's shop, sold my
the eyes are part of a resource pack called Fresh Moves.
carrots and bought some additional seeds. Maybe I didn't know Alex emeralds anymore, but I'd still need them if I wanted to purchase anything from the shops or future livestock. On my walk home, I couldn't help but wonder if this was the right choice. Before, I owed 500 emeralds, a number I was uncertain I would achieve. This list seemed like the better option. However, what this list lacks in numbers,
Me when I'm
certainly
struggling.
makes up for in labor. And on the other hand, is it right to not tell anybody about the train tracks? Alex says it would cause panic, and admittedly, he knows this town way better than I do. I suppose if we can both work together to get the supplies, it should...
Yeah, okay, so this is the thing too, is like it really does come down to like Sniff also feeling like an outsider in this and therefore feeling like their opinion doesn't hold as much sway. Like that is very That's this is very real to small town culture.
Shouldn't be worth the worry, and I doubt most people in town even think about the train. Maybe I needed to give Alex more credit. If this all went well, there'd be no panic, a beautiful harvest festival, and I'd get to keep the farm.
And also another thing is, like, throughout this video, like, that's why Sniff is, like, continuously trying to rationalize it, right? Is there a sheriff? I'd rather, like, die before asking one of my friends to roleplay a cop. Sorry.
To keep my farm. This had to be the better option, and I was gonna make it so. I was gonna complete this list, and Alex and I were gonna pull this off. Back at the house, I started pulling together what I could. I shoved some copper in the furnace and got to harvesting my crops. I worked into the night, completing the path I started before, and then I prepped meals for the following days. Eventually, I looked outside and noticed the bountiful apple tree in my backyard. 2 of the requirements of my list involve apples, so I picked them until the sun rose on day 51.
Also, sorry, chat, that was a little dramatic, but what can I say? I'm dramatic.
I decided it might be best to separate my supplies from the supplies I needed for the Harvest Festival, so I crafted some crates from my garage and opted to store things there. Awesome! Of course, before I got too carried away with the things on my list, I still needed to build that barn. Animal husbandry seemed like a time-consuming thing, so the sooner I got the animals
Me using
up on
the word
ridge,
husbandry
the
like
better.
I'm so
Luckily,
cool.
I found this beautiful dark red cherry that would make the perfect material for the barn, and now I just needed everything else. I crafted a new shovel and set up for the water reservoir in the dip of the valley. Just like my house and all the other buildings in the village, I thought it would be best to use kaolin for the roof. I spent the entire evening digging until I found myself surrounded by darkness. I had this creeping worry in the back of my head that I wouldn't have enough, and I didn't want to waste time coming here again as I did when I was building my house. Finally though, I called it quits and ran home as I dodged the arrows of
The music here is
skeletons.
crazy bones.
As I was about to enter the threshold of my home, a hiss echoed from above. What I saw was something unearthly, strange, like a lucid dream. I hadn't slept in a few days, so perhaps it was exactly that. I wasn't gonna stick around and find out. I ran inside and jumped into bed.
See, and then chat, this is what I was saying earlier. So, you know, Sniff purposely, like, goes to bed every single night. And then after day 50, you start to see a habit of them not going to bed every single night.
Day 52 started with another beautiful morning, and I felt comfort in knowing exactly what I wanted to do today. The next material I need for my barn was calcite, as this would be the white trim. I dove deep into the mines where Bones and I had discovered a calcite deposit and mined for hours. When I resurfaced, I wasted no time in cutting the cherry trees and replanting them. They were such small trees and they didn't grow very fast, so I started to think of a solution. I remembered that odd permafrost material on the mountain. When I sifted through it, I could find small bits of ore, or better yet, bones, aka fertilizer. I ran up there and got to breaking as much as I could, even finding some
Calling phantoms a lucid dream is so cool. Dude, I feel like that's like kind of what they're supposed to be. Which, first of all, Minecraft, maybe you should stop being so prejudiced against us with insomnia. Like towards us people with insomnia. Like, it's actually like rude. Second of all, I love phantoms. I know that people find them annoying. I also find them annoying. I think that's like why I love them.
Additional goodies. With the fertilizer, I grew cherry tree after cherry tree, which yielded me a lot of saplings to plant in my yard. This was perfect. Eventually though, I found my way to bed and I awoke on day 53 ready to continue my barn prep. Today was all about space. I was once again hitting the dirt and landscaping around the area I wanted to put the barn. Once again, I got a little lost in the sauce and spent time going back and forth between harvesting wood and filling in the ground. By the end of the day, I had a decent space and I think all of the supplies I needed, which meant that tomorrow it would be time to build. Psych! Actually, a small intermission. I guess I hadn't completed the path, so I spent the morning really quickly doing that before trying to plan out the exact layout of my barn. My idea was to respect Forrest's suggestion and have pens that were half inside, half outside. As a result, I needed to make
sure
there
was
plenty
counting.
of space on both ends of the barn.
That's what I'm doing when I hit the ground like that.
Though there wasn't much time left in the day, and I found myself taking a nap before continuing on day 55. However, thanks to my overplanting of cherry trees, I had to do a small side quest to clear them all, but I was no sooner back to building. Just as I was contemplating working over the night, another storm rolled through, and I went inside. Bones had said they were frequent this time of year, but were they always this unsafe? Maybe I needed a lightning rod or something. I don't know. Either way, I called it a day and fell into a peaceful sleep. The second I stepped outside on day 56, I knew something was wrong. I quickly ran over to my barn to find part of my building deconstructed. Ashes and burnt blanks littered across the walls.
What? Who? Did someone do this? who would do this? The drama.
Sniff, hi.
No. Oh, hey Mabel.
Hello, hello. I brought some gifts for you. How are you doing? Are you okay?
I love the shoves table and face. How are you doing? Are you okay? Dude, this is so. Did you make this?
Yeah, it's for your house. I thought it would fit in perfectly.
Oh my!
I love Ross so much,
you. This actually-
guys.
this made me feel a lot better. I
Aw.
woke up this morning and my build it's burned down a bit.
Oh no. Do you know what happened?
Well, honestly, I thought that there was a storm last night and that, you know, maybe something had
Hits
struck
you over
or
the head
caught
with
on
a table.
fire.
How
It seems
are
to be happening a
you?
lot recently.
Oh
But
wait, there's an ad break. I'm gonna pause while chat goes through that. Also, is Oppo still here? Is Oppo VIP'd? There we go. About to say. There we go. Do you know what happened? I shift suspiciously. I didn't mean for Mabel to look suspicious at this scene. She's not supposed to be. Don't worry. Her hair dye washed out. It's fine. The wrong skin as well. Wait, was she in the wrong skin there? No, that was the right skin. What do you mean? Or was I in the wrong skin? I don't know.
then I found this on the floor.
Oh my gosh.
You don't think anyone from the village would burn it down, would you?
I don't think so. That's a horrible thing to do.
That's a horrible thing to do.
Do you need help rebuilding?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I'd be down to help you.
Are you sure you don't like have anything better to do?
No.
I mean, I
Ross
have
is
some
so good.
blueprints over here if you're willing to look at them.
Really?
I mean, I can also totally pay you for your time. I
Oh,
drafted up this plan a few days ago, and I've been working on it.
this looks so awesome. Wait, this bond's gonna be amazing.
You're down to help?
Yeah. I
Okay.
can.
So, chat, I almost immediately knew that I wanted to cast Ross in this role, because I knew that I wanted a scene in which Sniff and the Carpenter build something together. And to do that, I wanted it to be somebody who is familiar with Minecraft building so that I didn't thrust somebody who, like, has no idea about Minecraft building into this position. But yeah, that's why Ross was cast for this role.
Start right away.
Yeah, let's just go put these tables and chairs in my.
Well, also because she
thing you
rocks.
gave me. I want to
but-
see them. Wow, this is so nice. Thank you. I guess I
course,
no
of
longer
course.
have an excuse.
Out of curiosity, do you have actual blueprints? So I did pre-build it in another world just to kind of test out. I do that very frequently for my videos because I'm a very slow builder. And especially for like 100-day builds, like 100 days where like your actual days are limited, I don't want to like waste time like fussing around with the build. So specifically for these 100-day videos, I typically pre-build it first just to kind of test the waters and like figure out, you know, what I'm doing. But I don't always do that. On Mastering Magic, for example, I almost always, you know, just build that stuff from scratch.
Used to not have people over. Let's do it then. Let's
Yes.
do some building. Mabel's help was much appreciated, and together she and I worked on the barn for days, all the while exchanging stories about our homes, or in this case, my old one. Her mother had been a carpenter here and built most of the town alongside Aster and Alex's parents, though where she was now didn't seem to come up. It was an unusual
little
trend I
spooky
noticed in
moment.
Fernsfield. So many of the townsfolk were born here, raised here, and ultimately left here to fulfill a role. Between this and their abundant kindness, it made it all the more difficult to ask myself the question, who was trying to burn the barn? The question in and of itself felt like a betrayal. Maybe it was coincidence, maybe it was just the storm. Either way, I needed to focus on the task at hand and my barn.
By day 59, with the majority of the work done, I decided I should probably let Mabel get back to her own to-do list. On day 60, I continued to focus on completing the barn, which took the entire day. I constructed an interior frame and a small loft. For those curious, this barn is based off of a monitor barn, which is an extremely popular barn design for livestock, especially horses. Apparently, it really takes the cake in terms of heating and cooling. The top area is...
Is there lore for why the parents were there? Well, like, sort of and sort of not, right? In Alex and Aster's case, my assumption is that their parents, like, probably vacation constantly and, like, are just very absent. And then for everyone else, like, it's just, it kind of is, again, just, like, a small piece of my own personal experience of living in a small town. Like, it's either, like, your parents raise you to take care of their business and then kind of ditch, or, like, expect you to take care of that. I don't know. It's just, like, it's so small town culture. I don't know. Like, that's like growing up, there were so many kids around me that were specifically just learning their family's business, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but like, yeah.
Is perfect for hay.
Hi, CP, you look so good today. Thank you.
Storage, and the overall design is very easy to construct in small parts and assemble on site. The more you know, I guess. Of course, on day 61 and 62, I took my building in a slightly different direction than your average monitor barn. I focused on separating the barn into 4 parts, since I wouldn't be storing
this barn
horses,
is actually
but
one of my
rather
favorite
a variety
builds
of
in the
farm
video.
animals. With the barn complete, this meant I could visit forests again and
I will be using this design in the future for other things, for sure.
finally purchase some livestock. However, to make my trip to the village worthwhile, I wanted to address a few other things while I was there. On my list were multiple items that required a sort of brewing process, which I knew nothing about. Because of this, I thought I'd ask the tavern keeper for advice, and since I was going to be in town, I might as well smelt some ores too. With everything planned, I fell into a deep sleep and headed out on the morning of day 63. I decided to try my luck at the inn first, but as I—
Oh my god, wait, I didn't realize you could see Sneak right here.
I think that adds to it.
No, it does. It does.
expected, it was empty, or so I thought.
It's kind of dead in here. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi. What are you doing?
Is this your place?
Hold on.
What are you? By the way, chat, Sneak was another one of those people where I immediately was like, I'm making a tavern keeper. Sneak's gonna be that guy. I just knew. I was like, if Sneak says no to this role, I'm just not gonna have it at all. Like,
Yes.
sorry, there's something.
You know
in your
I
hair.
had
Is
to
that
put
a
this
mini
music
you?
over it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Anyways, hi, I'm Sniff. I bought the farm up there.
I gotta say, the
I'm
eye
currently
shifts
looking
on
for some
Sneak
supplies.
are
I'm
the
trying to
best
get into the
of all
brewing
the
industry, I
characters.
guess.
And
Yeah.
I suppose since this was a tavern and you have
Okay.
things right there that you might have some information on that.
Yeah, here. Have a beer.
Oh,
A sample.
that's.
Free sample.
I mean, if you insist, I'll never say no to that.
Cheers.
But actually, that's a lie, chat. I will say no to a beer at any given day. I think beer is nasty.
It was more so wondering if you had any like recipes or anything like that.
Cheers.
Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers.
The growing effects at the top are so funny.
Wait,
You got a lot of
Hold
debuffs on you. Are you okay?
Hold on a minute. Wait, hold on.
Oh my god. Oh my. By the way, Bones added the fart sound effect. That was Bones. Hello?
I mean, you gotta.
Hello? Are you brother
you okay?
dies? Like
Yeah, no, I'm good.
What?
Just, you know,
What?
I just,
You just teleported.
no, it's fine. Sometimes I just appear in my backyard. It's fine. Anyway, how can I help you?
Well, like I said,
Do you want a beer? Here, I have a free sample.
Here, I have a free sample.
Thank you.
Cheers.
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 Oh, cheers.
I don't have another mug.
I have a free sample.
Oh, thank you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers. What did I come in here to ask again?
This happens every time.
I love morning drinking with Sneak's
Anyway,
Dag.
how can I help you? You want a beer? I have a free sample.
I'm really good.
Cheers.
No wonder this place is so empty all the time.
What? What do you mean? There's
I love Sniff as a character just has like this general social awkwardness and like bluntness, and I love them for it.
I'll have you know, there's plenty of beer drinking in this place.
Yeah.
The eyes were perfect.
Your many patrons really shows that. How does this place like sustain itself?
This is so sad.
I mean, it's not like anybody's coming in nowadays. Everybody's too damn busy.
Honestly,
Whoa,
I
no, sorry. Okay.
thought it was closed when I first came
Yeah,
here.
exactly. Right.
word.
Right. So, I mean, it's mostly tourism at this point. I mean, people, you know, come in strolling through town. This is a quick stop. They grab a drink, and you know, I get some money in my pocket, and it's enough to keep the lights on. I guess.
He did this. He did so good here.
I mean, you know, we are also a brewery, so you know, I ship out a lot of this beer. But I mean, you know, we get by, and you know, this used to be popular. It's a big hangout place, but like I said, everybody's, you know, a lot of those people left, and everybody else that's still here is busy on their farm or working, and they don't really want to come in anymore.
Well, I mean, good news. I guess, you know, the Harvest Festival's coming up. You'll get some tourism then, right? Yeah?
Yes, I hope so. Waiting on something. I'm waiting on a shipment, but Alex really hasn't.
I mean, me too.
told me much.
Alex is just so busy all the time. That's probably it.
I guess I get that. I mean, they're young. They have a lot, I imagine, to do, and you know, they got time to figure
Great
it
Bark
out.
is my man, dude.
You
He's
know,
such a good character.
I'm hoping it shows up at some point, because it would be kind of awkward to, you know, not have alcohol for a festival when I'm the tavern that sells it.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's just hope somebody's working on that, you know? Not speaking of, so do you have any, like, recipes or knowledge you think you could share with me? I'm suddenly getting into the brewing business, as it seems. Mostly wine
Is
and
there a
cider.
floating beer mug? I don't
mean,
know,
if you're
dude.
talking beer, I'm your man, but
If you're talking beer,
if
I'm
you're
your
talking
man.
cider and wine, I mean, you're better luck with the vineyard across the town, really.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just be on my way then. Cheers, I guess?
Cheers, yeah, cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right,
Yeah,
well,
have a good
see you around
one.
and probably
I'm
never
gonna-
come back in here again, because this is sad.
What?
What? Huh?
What do you mean?
Literally nothing.
I'll listen. I'll have you know, this place is a well-respected establishment, and you could ask anybody who's been here for a long time, and they would.
Okay, I gotta.
Hey, I didn't go into my backyard this time.
Only time in the video that I really broke character and we like left it in because it was just way too funny, chat. I was like, 1 second, I gotta move my hair. My hair is caught in my headphones. Oh my god, it was just way too good.
I followed the innkeeper's instructions and headed towards
Oasis
the vineyard.
I know.
I might find some better luck there.
Vineyard? Go to the vineyard.
Hello?
Me too.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay, also, chat, Diane has a wife, okay? I was gonna ask Beckymon to play her. Beckymon got busy. But there's supposed to be wine aunts is like the vibe.
Hi.
Is this your vineyard?
Yes, it is.
I was just talking to the barkeep. Oh, sorry. I probably should introduce myself. I'm Sniff.
No, you're the the
you
new
already
one,
know
right?
me? Yeah. I live up on the mountain over there. I honestly
I
don't
love
come
Eloise.
to town enough, and I probably should properly introduce myself to literally everybody, but there's like no time, it seems like. Well, anyways, I'm working on this project, you could say.
Yeah.
And
Project.
I need to brew wine and cider, but I don't really know what I'm doing.
Well, you've come to the right place. That is my specialty.
I love the
my
color palette
specialty
on
is
Diane.
Wine. Do you have any particular wine? I only make white wine. No red wine, no rosé, only white wine. So I hope that's the kind you're looking for.
Oh, well, I think I can do that. I think I have some red wine myself. Yeah. I'll take any knowledge you have on this.
So chat, this is a really funny story. Like midway through this recording session, we had to pause for like 7 minutes because like a jet was flying over my house for like the entire time, and it was so loud. Anyways, I'm so lost.
The first step, you need your grapes. So, come with me, grab any of these. Just grab a few. You're gonna need enough to fill a bottle. You got some?
Yeah,
Okay,
bottle.
cool.
I love British
Come
people.
with me, we are going to my shop.
Sweating, looking at the
Oh,
clipboard,
wow. You
dude,
got, like,
the
the
entire
whole
video.
Mm-hmm.
Stop
I've
coughing!
been doing this for
Stop being
a very,
sick!
very, very long time.
So
This.
just put this in here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Throw them in. So you get. Yep. Okay. You ready? I'm
Yeah.
not gonna show you how to do this. So I'm gonna tell you to just dive on in.
Okay.
Get on in there.
Oh.
Jump up and down.
You want me to stand in that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Oh.
Hey, look at that. You're a natural. Okay.
Crash is down to a
Now-
lot smaller than I expected.
Yeah, it's a bit like spinach. You have a lot of grape, but they do not actually make a lot. But what you're gonna need now is one of these. You're gonna scoop all of that up.
Grape juice. Okay. See, I already know how to make
Okay, but that's not what
wine
you're
with this
looking
mod.
for,
I just thought
or
this would be a good way to
citrus juice.
introduce it to the
So
audience
you
as
gotta go
well.
and ferment it so that it actually becomes wine. And this is what these bad boys over here are for. If you throw that grape juice in here with a little bit of sugar for sweetness. Now, personally, I don't like my white wines to be too dry, so I add a little bit more sugar than most people. And you just sort of leave it in there.
And then it
for a
just
bit.
sits.
Yep.
And
Just
becomes
sits in
wine.
there until it's ready to go and become wine. Mm-hmm.
Oh my god. Okay, that's so much easier than I thought. What about cider? Do you know anything about cider? I actually
Cider?
it's not like there's any
Not to
apples
choose
around
on when
here.
stuffing
on the grapes. It's okay.
No, I personally, I wouldn't be dabbling in cider. That's not who I am. I'm a wine girl through and through. I have this apple press if you want it. I don't. You might have to find out how to do it yourself. I'm assuming it's probably the same, but I've not used this in, well, forever. Really, it was a gift. So, feel free to have it as a gift for you.
Are you sure?
Yeah,
It was funny, chat, because I didn't even need it.
Girl.
I didn't even need
No
it for
cider
making
here.
cider. I got
Thank
my
you.
recipes confused.
This is
like a really nice press, I assume. Actually, I've never seen one before, but
I have no idea. It could be terrible.
yeah, I guess I think I could figure cider out. I think wine was
Yeah.
probably the most difficult part.
Yeah, it's a very tricky business, as you see. So,
Well, thank you so much.
no
I actually-
problem.
I didn't catch your name. Oh, I didn't
Oh.
catch the innkeeper's name either. Oh my gosh. Not Greg
Sorry.
Good
Um,
morning.
Well, my name's Diane.
Oh, well, it's nice to
meet
We call her
you.
Diana at some point in the thing too, so I guess it's just both. Oopsies. I will be sure to
Nice to
stop
meet
by
you
if I
too.
have any more questions about wine.
Definitely. If you ever want a bottle, head on over.
Lovely. That's one thing off my list. Now I just need to talk to Forrest.
coughing
Except as I
now?
walked over, I found Forrest's place completely empty. I thought about waiting around for him, but I really didn't want to waste any time, so I left a note instead and walked to the blacksmith to smelt some iron. As soon as that was done, I was on my way back to the ridge where I spent the remainder of the day finishing my garage. This task bled into the following days, and by the evening of day 64, I found myself crafting barrels for my new brewing endeavors. The next day, I woke up and harvested my carrots, but it was then that I spotted someone in the distance. What? Forrest? What?
Hey,
I want you guys to know that, like, Critios literally told me, Critios was like, I need Forrest to have a cowboy hat. And I was like, oh, well, I already modeled one for Vods. And then Forrest was like, great, retexture for me.
I brought you your cows. I got your note, and I brought you cows.
Oh, I kind of thought that, like, that meant, like, you know, like, I would give you the note and then we'd meet up and then talk about. Oh my god, there's so many here. Oh, they're huge.
Yeah, I mean, I walked all this way. I mean, do you not want them? I
Do you
mean,
not want them? Okay,
Do you know how long I spent a long time getting here? So if you don't want, I can bring them back home.
No, I mean, is my barn good? Is it?
Oh, that is a beautiful barn, might I say. That is the most gosh darn.
Oh gosh, this is a lot more cows than I thought.
I mean, yeah, they
Should we-
can all fit in there. I'm sure of that.
Yeah, do you mind helping me getting these? I don't want them to
I mean,
wander
they're-
away. I don't.
Hey, okay, oh no, okay. Where are we putting them? Where are we putting these?
Okay, just here, I guess. Sorry, I was not expecting this.
All right, single file, y'all. Single file.
Uh.
I don't know if they're gonna come in single file. Oh, wait!
Oh my god!
Whoa, it's a miracle. They listened.
Oh, they're so cute. This one's so
There we go.
fluffy. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I mean, some of them might not look the same, but hey, they're all. I mean, this one's called Betsy.
Oh.
And this
okay.
one's called Betsy, and I think that one's Betsy. That one's definitely Betsy.
That one's definitely Betsy.
This one doesn't have a name though. Actually, do you have any ideas?
I just throwing this out there. You know, it might be a little experimental, but Betsy.
Oh, that's a great name. Why did I think of that?
How much is this gonna cost?
5,000.
What?
5,000 emeralds.
That's 10 times more than my house cost. I have like 80. How did you think couch actually like that? It was a resource pack. Also, I have to give full credit to Critios because he came up with this whole like negotiating bit. Eat emeralds.
Oh. Hey, I will not go a penny less than 5,000.
I'm already in a lot of debt here.
No less than 2,000.
I have 80.
1,000. 500 final offer.
I only have 80 emeralds.
I will not go a penny less than 40.
Okay, yeah, 40? You got it. Oh, let me go grab my purse. Sniff's like, let me go grab my purse. Girl. A hard bargain.
Hold on, sorry, I was having a staring contest. Oh, I think I lost. Thank you so much. Hey, this is fabulous doing business with you. Oh man, I made out like a bandit. All right, I think we're good here. I think we're good.
Thank you. I'll stop by if I need anything else. You know, maybe chickens or something. I don't know, but I'll start with this.
Okay. Hey, let me know. All right.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Well, have a good one now.
Bye.
I am going gambling.
Well, actually, one of the best lines of the entire video. Critios absolutely killed it. Seriously, chat, if you aren't subscribed here, wait. I need to, if you are subscribed to Critios' YouTube channel, like, please go. He just posted a video and he's just so funny. Oh. Hi, baby. Hello. I didn't expect Bones to keep this in the video.
But on the flip side, I had animals
baby
now,
to the cow.
and I could start to farm wool and meat. My first task was to separate the animals into their respective pens, but to be precise about it, I had to craft some leads. While doing that, I did see a small design flaw in my barn and quickly amended it so that my animals couldn't escape. Next, I crafted some troughs, which allow the animals to eat at their own convenience. By the end of the day, they were officially settled in, and I resumed my original task of harvesting my carrots. Then, throughout the evening, I worked on checking off some of the easier components on my list. I started day 66 with a spring in my step and feeling confident about this list. My next task was going to be setting up more gardening space for things such as—
What's their channel name? Crinios. Krinios.
Corn, potatoes, tomatoes, and flax. I started by constructing a large field, which took up the entire day and night. By the morning of day 67, a new corn and potato field were set up and fenced in. The next project was going to be creating some small pumpkin patches. I thought this would be a fun way to grow pumpkins as well as decorate and light the farm. To do this, I mixed in some jack-o'-lanterns, leaves, and some growing pumpkins. And to finish it all off, I added some white heather as well.
Thank you so much, Ash.
To keep the ball of productivity rolling, I spent day 68 building some smaller raised beds. I figured I wouldn't be able to make a massive field for every single plant, so this would take care of some of the smaller crops I needed, like strawberries. At this point, I took a break to feed the animals, but
This video changed my brain chemistry, very pause. Yay! Also, welcome anyone who's new.
Otherwise, I was completely engaged in building the farm beds. I was so determined that I worked through the night and into a gloomy day 69. It rained all morning, but cleared up around noon. With everything planted, it seemed the best I could do for now was let it grow. In the meanwhile, I glanced at my list to see what I could focus on next, and noticed that stack of iron. Considering I had nothing better to do at the moment, I cleared up my inventory and dove into the mines.
Okay, chat, before we continue, I need to use the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Bones, can you entertain chat?
I can try.
Yeah.
Chat, what is going on?
You chat them up for a second. Get it? Wait.
I don't get it. Please explain the joke.
Please explain the joke. I'll be right back.
All right, chat. What is this video?
Hello. I don't know how to entertain people anymore. I don't stream. How many bones do I have? I have 206. I'm pretty sure. Can I do a kickflip? No. Dude, I gotta learn how to skateboard so bad. I gotta. It's necessary. Otherwise, my life will never be complete. I did a good job playing Bones. Thanks. I really put my all into having a country accent that sounds really goofy. Can I roll down a hill? On occasion. There was a hill where I grew up that I used to roll down in the summer. However, I had to stop doing that as frequently because it was on uh on a river or some body of water, and so geese hung out there and they would always poop on the hill. So I couldn't roll down the hill without having goose poop being stuck to me. Uh but I mean, last time I checked, I can roll down a hill. Can you frolic? Eh, I haven't tried yet. I have not tried to frolic yet. Though I'm sure if I'm certain I'm sure I am certain that I have enough whimsy for it. Just haven't had the opportunity. Who was my favorite character? I think Sneeg was the funniest character, but I think my favorite character was Gracie's character.
Hello.
Holler.
Holler.
Chat is telling me to try frolicking.
Do you even frolic?
On occasion.
Yeah. Sorry, chat. I went and got a protein shake because I'm literally
Bodybuilder sniff.
I'm literally so swole. Like, oh my god. He's just crunching the. It's just crunching or something?
No.
That was insane. Anyways, chat, who's ready to get back to reacting? I'm gonna slurp down this protein shake, so.
Since my main focus was iron, I decided not to go down to the ancient
I'm gonna
ruins,
mute while
and
I slurp down
instead,
this
I
protein
finally
shake.
explored that wide cavern I didn't dare to touch before. I was in an offshoot cave when I discovered an old mine shaft. The place was littered with monsters, but I was feeling particularly brave, so I readied my knife as it would be a worthwhile fight. The mine shaft was filled with iron around every corner, and I quickly got lost trying to navigate this decrepit maze. My path led me deeper and deeper into the cave where monster after monster took their chance at me, each time falling to my blade. Eventually, I made my way to a lava river, where I used my water bucket to create a snaking bridge of obsidian. I knew by this point the day had likely come and gone and that I should return, but now my mind was too focused on finding diamonds or other materials to rationalize this lengthy trip. I swam my way into another cavern and found myself surrounded by monsters. I hid
The Skyrim music gets me every time, dude.
for cover, trying to
every
strategically
time.
place hit after
Every
hit.
time.
But every time I turn around, there was a new monster in the corner
Also,
of my
I don't know
eye.
why the
Just
creepers
as I
have
thought I'd
hats
finish
on.
them off, I
don't.
approached a chest to search for goods, only to find it reaching
Was
to
it around
bite my
Halloween when
arm.
I filmed
With a
this?
swoop, I was
Yeah.
able to slay it, and the danger was gone, or so I thought. A skeleton was hiding behind the chest, and despite my best efforts to heal, it took a final shot, and I was gone.
So really quickly, someone asked me on Tumblr if somebody asked me on Tumblr if I like planned this, and we like did, but we didn't, you know? Like we had this idea of like Sniff, you know, going into the mines and dying as an action of their as a consequence of their actions. I don't know. The skeleton actually did just get me. Like I wasn't like trying to die there, you know? Yeah. The answer was which $1 billion. Also, Crystal, I don't, but I was also like 15 when I worked for Brian, so I don't really remember. You knew you needed to happen, but not specifically here. I knew it was kind of like, we kind of went about this series like a D&D campaign in terms of like, we planned stuff out, but like, we also like, if things happen, they happen. If they didn't, they didn't kind of vibes.
On day 70, I died.
It must have been Sniff's 71st day here when I found him passed out in the
Iconic
mines.
POV switch.
Their stuff was scattered about, and while collecting it, I couldn't help but notice a checklist of items. However, I had no time to ponder it, as I needed to get them out of the cave. I didn't know how long it would take them to wake up, so I decided to hang around a bit. Their chimney was something of a mess, and their crops had been long untended. I did my best to take care of things, but I couldn't help but wonder how Sniff was handling all this on their own, or what that dang list was about. I felt bad for looking at their things, but I couldn't pretend I didn't see it, or the general store logo for that matter. When Sniff wakes up, I'll ask her, if she ever does.
Huh?
Loud ass
Hello?
bark.
Oh my god. What happened? I was in the mines, and then my stuff. Oh, wait. Oh, okay, it's all here. We got this and the bread and where's the list? Where's the list? Alex's list. Oh my gosh. Oh no.
Not
need
that
that.
if she ever does. Listen, we gotta be dramatic, guys.
Okay. Oh wait, no, I need my
Morning,
stuff.
sleepyhead.
Hi, Bones.
Looking for something?
Oh,
Me when I'm in trouble.
yeah, I'm looking for that. Oh, what happened?
Well, I was visiting the mines because I needed some more ore for the smithy. And, I found you passed out in the cave, all by your lonesome.
I'll buy you lonesome.
Yeah. Did you bring me up here?
I did.
Thank you. And you found my stuff and my grocery list.
Yeah, this is a hell of a grocery list. I mean,
Me with my grocery list has 360 corn on it.
who needs 320
yeah.
corn?
Okay, wait.
You know, I just really like corn
128
Real.
apples?
Real.
and apples.
And everything else on this list.
Yeah, you know, it's just regular farm stuff. It's totally okay.
Uh-huh. Are, you and Alex working on something with this? Because, this is, paper and clipboard from the general store. Logo's right there.
Oh, yeah. We're just working on a secret project. That's not actually that secret. It's like totally inconsequential and it doesn't really affect anybody. It's just like a for fun science
Sniff is so
experiment.
bad at lying, dude. Holy shit.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm.
You're, not great at lying, I'll tell you that.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
We had to like, we both burst out laughing after that. Like, we had to take a second. Like, that's why it cuts right there, because like Bones and I were like dying.
Yeah, that clipboard is just a silly little project that I'm working on with Alex, so it's not really that big of a deal.
With demands this high, I don't think little is the correct word to use. Listen,
Legendary
like you said, it is none
comeback.
of my business. but
Legendary.
It's okay to ask for help. You have an entire town of people that are willing to help you. You should know that.
And see, this
I do.
is a scene where Alex's attitude is very clearly infecting Sniff.
It's just not my place, and it's not yours either. So if I could really just have that back, Bones.
All right.
Thanks.
Well, that was supposed to go on the table. My bad.
It's okay. I appreciate the offer, but I know my own limits and I know myself. I'm fine, okay? I don't...
Judging from what happened in the mines, I don't think you do know your own limits.
T.
Well, and you do?
Clock them bones!
I can help. That's
Sorry.
all I'm saying.
Well, right now, your help is coming across as kind of rude, so I'm gonna ask you to leave. Like,
It's one
Hey,
thing to
but-
offer help.
It's
It's
so-
another thing to march into my home and tell me what I need to do.
Right. Well, my offer still stands if you come to your sentences.
Your sentences.
As I watch Bones go, that horrible feeling began to sink.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. Is like this scene is really real. Like, especially the part where Sif is like trying to say like, you know, like, oh, I feel like you're over, like, it's difficult. It's really difficult because there's a lot of nuance to the scene where Sif's trying to say like, hey, I feel like you're overstepping, but like, are they overstepping or is there like real concern? You know, like also, chat, you know, there's supposed to be a very implied romance between Bones and Stiff for obvious reasons because we are together in real life. Surprise!
What?
Surprise! Yeah, Bones, did you know that we're dating?
What? How did this happen?
Mom and Dad are fighting! Yeah, literally. And so when we filmed this scene, we kind of wanted it to like, we kind of wanted it to be almost like, instead of having there be strictly a romance, what we did is we followed the beats of a romantic storyline. And so, you know, almost every romantic storyline has that like third act breakup. And that's kind of what this was supposed to be. Yeah. It wasn't implied. It was a very explicit. Shh, stop. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's one thing to offer help, but another to be willing to accept it. Both actions take so much courage. Exactly. And that was kind of, again, like Sif's whole thing is like, they like clearly also want to accept help. It's just like they too feel like it's not something that they can ask for.
And kept in my stomach. I know that they
Gaslighting
had good
successful.
intentions.
Yeah.
I did, but I found myself so defensive and I couldn't pinpoint why. I knew I could sit there and evaluate it, tear apart every sentence and undo myself in the process.
I know
I also
why.
just...
I love this line too, because this is so real. Right? Like this whole idea of like Sniff basically is saying here, like, that they know they could find out why, but they don't want to because they're scared. Like, yeah.
Just lost an entire day, and worse, there was a general weakness to my stamina that I could feel in every fiber of my muscle. Sure, I could think this over, but at least I might as well do it while working on the list. I started day 72 by collecting my belongings from upstairs. The good news, at least, is that I had gotten the iron I needed and more. As far as crops went,
So, chat, you see this little meter right here, right near the HP bar? So what we did is after Sniff's accident, we added a mod that gave me very limited stamina. So I could only run or sprint in game for a short period of time before my character got out of breath. And I think it was a very good decision because it actually did genuinely make the challenge more harder, but also it, you know, it's like a consequence, right? And that's something that we really wanted to, you know, show in this video was like, yeah, like you get hurt, you get hurt and it does affect you. And it's like kind of this whole thing of like, if we push ourselves too far, sometimes we end up hurting ourselves so in a way that prevents us from, you know, trying to achieve the goals that we were so desperately trying to achieve. Yeah.
I had potatoes, carrots, and I was close to having the corn. I harvested some more apples out back and then checked on the livestock. Their numbers were
They put
sufficiently
asthma in
built
Minecraft?
up, which
Yeah.
meant I could take a few to the slaughterhouse. I got about half of that full stack of raw beef I needed, and I also sheared the fluffier cows and sheep while I was at it. String and rope were both on my list, and seeing as how I didn't want to spend my days killing spiders, my best bet was to grind the wool down. I crafted a hand crank and a millstone and got to work in my garage, painstakingly working through the fiber only to get a nice 14 string. Great. To continue the theme of animal products, I milked my cows and began making the 64 butter on the list as well. I spent the entire night churning and churning until the sun rose on day 73. But there was no rest for me, as I was then on to harvesting—
Ad break, I'm gonna pause it. Well, it's that way people don't miss anything. You take them to a slaughterhouse, you know, it was like, I don't know why, but like, I'm really afraid of saying the word like kill on YouTube. I don't know how sensitive their like thing is, so I just try to use a different language. Yeah. I don't know. Nobody has ever given me, like, that's the thing is YouTube, nobody's ever given me like an actual outline of like what is like allowed to be said on like, on YouTube, so I just say other words. They went to the farm. Oh wait. The embrace the grind achievement is my go. Yeah. Very fitting. Very fitting for the video. No, that's fair, TBH. I don't know what the current limits. I don't either. I've been a YouTuber for 2 years and I don't know either. So
pumpkins and pine wood. This took up most of the daylight as I bounced from one farm bed to another. By nightfall, I was once again prepping more land. There were still a few garden beds to be built, as I needed sugar and red grapes. Day 74 was much the same, with plenty of harvesting and working towards checking another—
It's kind of sad, because like you can also notice like a little bit more of a sadness in my voice at this point. Like,
box off my list. As I stripped the bark off spruce logs, I was once again thinking of Bones in our conversation, something I'd been trying to put off for days. I wanted to apologize. They saved me after all, and I think their offer of help came from a genuine place, even if I struggled to accept it. Tomorrow, I had the idea to check in with Alex about the progress of my list. Considering they've lived here for a while, maybe Alex could offer—
They're hitting with so many ads. Dude, I hate Twitch. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I hate Twitch. Dude. Sorry. I'm bad, dude. When I started streaming 3 years— this is like a little tangent, but when I started streaming like 3 years ago, like Twitch was not like this. Like 3 minutes of ads per hour is the smallest amount I think you can get it. It's insane.
Insightful advice, or even help me apologize to Bones. I don't know. The next morning, I set out for town
you do know.
with our
Be
conversation
real.
on my mind. Here, more than ever, was I realizing just how bad my mining accident had physically impacted me. Now, I could only sprint for a short period of time before finding myself out of breath. Eventually, I made it to the general store where I found Alex.
Alex?
Huh? How high?
Is this?
Oh, that's my Mega Me. You like it?
It's a little scary. Oh my god,
Yeah,
it
I
just
bought
looked
it
at
off
me.
of a move. What are you talking about? I don't think I bought an animatronic one.
Goose inside.
Yeah, no, I bought them off the side of the road, and pretty nice, isn't it? I think it'll attract more customers. I think it'll make the
Dude,
the shop more
moving is so
personable,
funny. I'm sorry. Yeah, sure. I mean,
Like it really says, "Come inside, shop, spend your money over here."
it honestly makes me a little scared, but
What do you want?
that line delivery is so good.
Well, I just thought I'd come check in on,
The list and stuff like that. Tell you my progress and stuff.
I don't want anybody to hear this. Come on, get inside now. Follow me.
Oh wow, you have a nice house.
Yeah, I kind of did it myself.
no, he didn't. No, he didn't.
well, all right. I've got carrots and potatoes down, corn, butter, braziers. I'm working on the paper lanterns, the rope, the yeast, and the sugar, the pumpkins, the pine woods.
hard.
Oh, and I can hear you crunching.
I think it's going. I think
Yeah,
I can get it done by, the next 25 days.
It's really funny that you think 25 days. I'm sorry. I pick up days in 20 days.
Of course, yeah. Why wouldn't it be? 5 days before the festival. That makes complete sense. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. So, train will be fixed in time, but the people, they won't get the supplies. And if they don't get the supplies, then our whole plan is ruined, and you'll have to pay for your house.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. The 20 days. 20 days. Okay.
Yippers.
Well, also
Oh, Frederick is getting rowdy. 1 second, I need to feed him a seed.
How am I gonna tell Alex about Bones? This is not good.
Okay, sorry. He's a baby. I have to feed him every 20 minutes.
There is
Bug.
one other issue. A few days ago, I was like mining for like the iron on the list, and I passed out, and Bones found me, and also
Hi, son.
found the list.
Oh, come on.
Dude,
I
the
didn't
Joker
tell
music
them.
is
They
gonna.
put
I
it
love
together
this.
themselves, but I don't think they're gonna tell anyone. Honestly, actually, we kind of had a little fight. I'm trying to figure out how to
Music Joker
apologize
music
to
coming
them.
in is so
you
good.
think they won't tell anybody, but you had a fight with them. You know, usually when people have fights, things start getting out. Things start getting out, Sniff.
It didn't do anything about Bones. I don't know what.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Yes, yes, okay. Bones like stuff that's red.
Red?
Bribe their silence.
Okay, well, I mean, I was
If you get a
mostly
gift.
just trying to say sorry.
Oh, this is
but-
perfect. No, no, no. If you get a gift, they won't say anything because they'll be too happy with the gift. Oh, this is perfect.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Uh-huh.
What a blacksmith want?
I don't know. I haven't talked to Bones in like 20 years now.
The tea.
Oh,
We
am I
live
getting
in the
old?
same town.
Oh my god, I'm getting old. Well, yeah, you think I talk to people here? Do you think anybody talks to anybody here?
Yeah, fair point. That is a trend I've noticed. Well, maybe then that's another reason why Bones won't tell anybody. We'll just have to come up with.
I think you should get him a gift just in case.
The music is so
Yeah.
good. I can't.
Also, I feel really bad about our fight. I feel like I was being kind of rude and.
Nah, you were probably in the right. Bones is kind of like that sometimes.
Bro, they freaking hate each other, dude.
All right. Well, 20 days to get all
Good luck.
this.
20
and-
days or else everything falls apart. And we don't want everything to fall apart, right? Or because
Does Bones really like red? Bones, would you answer that for us?
I like red.
Yeah. Chat, I don't know if you've seen a photo of them recently, but like they have red hair roots. Like their hair's black with red roots.
if everything falls apart, it's all over. It's all over for us, Sniff.
I'm gonna run home now. Sniff's like, you're crazy.
When I do bring the supplies, do you want them as I complete them or all at once? What's the deal?
Yeah, give me it all at once.
Okay. My conversation with Alex.
So people have asked me, like in my Tumblr and stuff like that, like what the tea is between Bones and Alex. And honestly, it's kind of like never explicitly said because I think it really could be kind of like guessed in terms of like they both have very different philosophies as people. And so like they just don't mix. Like it really does just come down to that. Like in my head, I'm assuming that they were friends at some point, and then Alex got too consumed by work, and you know Bones was like, I don't mess with that, and then that's how they stopped being friends. It literally just seems to me like they had like a different values moment.
This gave me a lot to think about, namely what I might be able to get Bones for an apology. I couldn't say that my motivations for apologizing were the same as Alex's, but I was happy to at least have some advice. And on top of that, I learned that Alex used to be friends with Bones. Curious. I walked back to my farm and started working. I'd keep my eye out for potential gifts. Of course, anything red probably wouldn't do. I doubt Bones would be very happy if I gave them a tomato.
It felt like incredible foreshadowing that all the goods got stolen because Alex wanted them all in the end instead of gradually. Yeah, that was like very purposeful. It's like in order to get them all stolen, they'd all have to be combined together, you know?
Then it hit me. I was learning how to make red wine, if that counted as a red thing. Considering how difficult it
I love that so much, mainly because I have experiences like that where my personality doesn't match with somebody else's. Yes, and then also for me, especially specifically in terms of like work, you know, I have had several friendships fall out because someone fundamentally valued their work more in their life than the people around them. And it's quite unfortunate. Because like that's also one of the main reasons why I wanted to make this video is because like to me, I think the saddest thing that you can do is prioritize the work in your life. I've actually been having a lot of conversations with my friends recently about this because we're all like young 20-something-year-olds, and something that's so common, I think, amongst people our age is this whole thing of like, what do you want to be when you grow up? What's your career? You know, this is like the college age. And so the whole point of this like section of your life is supposed to supposedly be figuring out what you want to do with it and what your career is. And I've never just I've never understood that. I've never understood why what your career is in your life is the most important thing about you as a person. I like just fundamentally disagree with that. And I've met so many of my friends now have recently been getting into this crossroads of like, you know, realizing that they're probably never going to ever be satisfied with the job that they have, because so long as your job is connected to your livelihood, it's really difficult to enjoy it. And so I feel like it's this whole like thing of like trying to realize that like actually what's more important in our life is, you know, maybe our relationships. Like, what do I want to be when I grow up? I don't want to be a Minecraft YouTuber. I want to be a caring person. I want to be a crafty person. I want to be things that have nothing to do with my job. Although I do want to be a Minecraft YouTuber, obviously. I really enjoy, I do enjoy this, don't get me wrong. But it is something that I've been kind of internalizing and processing a lot recently, is just this whole thing of like labor and why do we value our labor over our relationships with others. And you know, you could get into some Marxism here, to be honest with you, chat. If you're ever interested about it, I definitely would recommend looking into alienation theory, which is basically this whole idea of like our labor becoming so intense that it separates us from our human essence. And yeah, anyways, Minecraft video
was to make, maybe that effort would show as a strong apology, and I needed to make some anyways. I started crushing the grapes just as the nice wine lady had taught me, but I was missing one key ingredient: sugar. I had some sugar cane somewhere. Out of all the items on my list, several of them required sugar as an ingredient. A sugarcane farm would 100% be necessary.
What are the age of Bones and Alex? I think I answered this on my Tumblr. Wait, let me pull it up. Let me pull this up. Because I made a list on my Tumblr. Let me see. Did I answer it? I think I did. Sniff. Excuse me. Okay. Bones, the character, is probably 23 to 25. Alex, Mabel, Moo, and Sniff are all 21 to 23. Aster would be like 19, 20. Greg, Forrest, and Diane are all 25 to 30, and then Tony has an unquestionable age. Yeah. Because in my head, I feel like Tony could actually be a young wizard, or he could be like an old dude that is like young with magic, you know?
He's literally Gandalf.
He's literally Gandalf.
I started building a small plot next to my garage, but as soon as I planted the sugarcane, I knew that spot was only going to be temporary. My idea was to move the grapes closer to the barn and replace that area with the sugarcane. In the orange glow of day 76, I built a new area for my red grapes. Due to the fact that the plants can be a bit prickly, I wanted walkways that were 2 blocks wide instead. By the end of the day, I had successfully moved the grapes, and I was now on to moving the sugarcane. Doing so took up much of day 77, but I was delighted with the organization and aesthetic I was building for this farm. On day 78, I once again had to thin the cow population, but this achieved me that full stack of raw beef I needed. What an absolute delight. I can only hope this stores well in the meanwhile. In other news, my wine production was in full swing, and I'd successfully brewed my first few bottles. I spent the rest of the day harvesting crops, then brewing some apple cider. Day 79 was a gloomy one, but I knew I was ready to face Bones and apologize for telling them off. While the rain poured overhead, I worked on my farm and put together a small basket of red items I thought.
This is also so real, me just making a basket full of red stuff. Like, yeah, man!
Thought Bones might like. And before the sun completely set, I made my way towards town.
Hi, Bones.
Hello.
Us. Get it? Because it's literally us.
Oh, I get it. Because it's us.
Yeah.
Looking to buy something?
Hey, I got it.
Yeah.
No.
Nice.
Nice.
I brought you a gift. Because I'm a little bit sorry.
Because I'm a little bit sorry.
Only a little bit.
Only a little bit.
About the other day.
Well, I appreciate you.
This is how us giving each other gifts actually probably goes in real life, to be honest.
Yeah.
Well, it's funny, chat, because like one of my I love giving people gifts. It's like my favorite thing. I love finding things that I think would fit people. So I give people gifts a lot, especially in the content creator space. And people have a really hard time receiving gifts, so it's a very awkward appreciation language to have.
Not to apologize, especially with all these
Red items.
very red foods and things.
Well, Alex told me that you like the color red, so I just kind of grabbed everything red that I own and threw it in a basket.
Well, I appreciate it. I do like red.
No way.
I'm sorry for storming off without resolving that conflict as well. Would you, as,
We love a mature
as an
king.
apology, would you like to go meet one of my friends that's visiting for the day?
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's getting kind of late. Are you guys like having dinner or something?
Yeah, we're gonna stop at the tavern, have a few drinks, play a few games.
Okay, yeah. Do you mind if I also bring someone?
Sure.
Okay, great. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. Alex. Hi.
Hi.
Oh, look at they all grew up. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, they had kids.
Anyways, Bones just invited me out to, have some dinner with one of their old friends, and I was thinking that maybe you could come with us.
I'm good.
Maybe it would be good for you to go out and talk to people.
Listen, I got a lot going on here. I got a kid. I got a kid's kid. I got a kid's kid. And they're preparing to have more. Oh my god.
I know, but I was just thinking, I gave Bones a gift and they seem to really, like it. And then maybe if we, talk to them some more, maybe it would help with the whole situation and everything. And also, I don't know, I've just been thinking a lot recently that maybe we should all talk to each other more.
Maybe it might be good to get out of the shop for a second. Please stop trampling on my papers. Yeah, we can go. You know
Really?
what?
Really?
We'll take a nice little break. Frederick, you're in charge. Don't do anything weird. Okay, let's go.
Oh. So I don't know if you guys are picking up on this, but this was Sniff trying to kind of bridge the gap. This is Sniff already starting to lean towards that change of heart and saying oh, I actually think it'd be better if Alex did something other than work. Yeah.
You know what, Alex? I'm very proud of you. I think that this will be good for you.
Yeah.
I'll be completely honest. I've been looking for an excuse to get away from those geese, but I just haven't had one. And I wouldn't want to say anything in front of them because they just come off as rude. We don't really have to do this with them, right? We could just go to the bar.
Sneak typing in chat Greg Barkus is so funny to me, dude. I don't know why.
Ourselves.
Greg Barkus.
Well, I mean, it was kind of their idea, so...
Yeah, but we could just go and then we could be like, oh my god, it's a coincidence to see you there. That's crazy.
No, but it was
Love those cowboys.
So, some lore here. Moo is supposed to be Bones' sibling. Which is funny. Because... Yeah.
It's funny. Trust me, bro.
Well, I mean, it's I was it wouldn't, you wouldn't be you without your lesbian sibling.
True.
And that's lore. And also, Greg Barkus, for how Greg got his name was, I couldn't think of a name for Steek's character, and so I asked Bones, and Bones said either Greg or Barkus, and then Steek was like, I'm just gonna combine them. It's gonna be Greg Barkus. And I was like, you know what? That's great. Perfect.
Hi.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
This is your friend?
Yep. This is Mo.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Moo. Nice to meet
It's
you.
nice to meet you. I'm Sniff.
Hi, Moo.
Hello.
I grabbed Alex. I hope that it's okay that that they join us.
Well, the
Well,
more the
we're going to the
merrier,
bar.
you know? Yeah.
So, alcohol helps.
It'll be a good night. It'll be a good night.
This was the funniest. Oh my god.
Steve Minecraft goes in and saves the day. Oh my God, Steve Minecraft, thank you so much.
Sorry.
Can I help you?
Well, last time I talked to you, it was like kind of empty, and then I thought, then they said they were coming over, and now there's people here. That's good, right?
Customer?
Yeah,
Heard your
customer.
alcohol.
Sneak
Welcome.
did such a good job.
Welcome to my bar. It's darts night.
Do you have pizza here?
Wait, do you have pizza here? They have pizza here?
I love pizza.
That's beer. That's beer. That's more beer. That's beer. Oh yeah, we got some pizza.
In the drawer?
You keep pizza in the drawer?
Do you have pizza here?
Yeah. No, not in the drawer. In the fridge is over here. Wow, the fridge. That's the fridge opening.
That doesn't sound like a fridge,
It
partner.
is the
That's the fridge
Shush.
opening.
It's the fridge.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Do you want pizza or not?
Love pizza.
You don't
Love
get
pizza.
any.
So I don't know if something that's really great about this that Oppo can confirm is like Oppo, as like playing Alex, tried to like maintain their distance like physically from these two throughout this scene, which I think is just such a nice little detail.
Wait, do you have pizza here?
Do you want a pizza?
Well, I'm curious how we play darts, actually.
Oh, okay. Well,
What's it?
it's kind of a special kind of darts.
Okay.
So what you do here is you line up.
What do you mean you don't
You
like
line up and you get your darts out.
Okay,
So you got your darts out, right?
Yeah.
And then you take a sip of this red wine here.
Okay.
And you get a bullseye.
Oh, okay.
Chat, I'm not gonna lie, this was like legitimately hard. Like the red wine like made your screen jitter. Actually difficult.
You get a bullseye.
I think we should.
You get.
I think we should move.
Oh!
Yeah.
You did it. Oh my gosh.
Also, Bones, your editing in this scene was
So you guys-
fantastic.
It's that easy.
The
Come on, guys,
visuals
we can all
were
play
really
darts
great.
together. Yeah, right? That'd be fun, right? A little bonding
Yeah.
moment for you
Yeah.
three, especially. Is just
This'll
Yay.
be good.
Customer.
Oh, it's thundering out. Oh my
Wow.
god.
Customer in my bar.
He says while barfing.
Are you all right?
My
Are you all right,
bar.
sir?
Are you all
Yeah, I'm good. It's not a problem.
Well, someone should go get him from the rain.
Yeah, someone should do that. Yeah.
I'll
Oh my
grab the
God.
dart stuff. I mean,
Thank you.
what?
Did I say you could go back there?
I
You
was
didn't
just...
see. You didn't see my Steve drawer, did you?
Your what drawer?
My nothing.
What is going on?
Here you go, Alex.
right now?
Alrighty.
We're playing darts. That's what's going on.
That
Who's
is what's
going
on.
first?
The thunder is crazy.
I guess I'll do it since no one else is. Can I have
Okay.
a bow and arrow?
Woo!
You can have that.
Okay.
You can have that.
Okay.
You can have your 5 shots.
Okay. I can do this.
What? We're doing shots?
Wait, we're
So you
doing
just want me to
shots?
Take a sip of this
Darts,
first.
whatever.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh.
Go ahead, right here. Right there.
Yeah, that wasn't me jittering
Oh.
the screen
did I
chat.
go?
This was like legitimately like.
In my mouth. Here, you can try again. Okay, very good. Okay, not even
this
close.
is
That's
so-
good. Okay,
hope-
still not even
Once
close.
again,
Okay,
that's
kind
the
of.
best.
You're in
I
the-
hope your window's
That's-
okay,
That's
partner.
my sofa.
I hope your
You shot my
window's okay.
sofa. That's way more than 5 shots. Okay. You shot my
Don't vomit on
windows, my sofa.
Don't
my
vomit on
drapes,
me.
and barely the target. That's good. That's my favorite sofa.
This is the best
Bones
scene.
activity.
One
Bones, you
of my
should go
favorites.
Yeah, go
No,
ahead.
you'll do great.
This one
You'll
was
do
the
great.
hardest to
Yes.
to coordinate for sure,
5
but
darts.
Hang on, I already have 5.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. All
Go ahead.
right, here we
I
go.
believe.
You got
Oh,
this,
That's-
partner.
that's my window again.
Show them they don't mess with
Okay.
us.
Red line. Oh.
That's
Okay,
the
that's my
sofa.
wall.
Good stuff. Good
What the
stuff.
hell?
That's
Sorry, I got a little excited
That
there.
would be.
That's okay, it happens. It
8
happens to the best of
points.
us.
Just 8 points.
Okay.
Hey, you feeling all right? Are you feeling all right, partner?
I'm feeling
I
great.
feel like I should have made the
Yeah.
target a
No,
little
you look-
bigger
you
given
look
the
great.
competency here.
I
Yeah. No, you look.
excellent.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Who's next?
Alex, you want to go?
Boo!
Oh,
no,
no?
I'm okay.
That's not gonna make you better. at
You know,
shooting,
I would love. I
Shut
would love to.
your
I
up.
would love to. Yep. Well, just
And
give
then
me one of
5.
these.
Do you have 5 arrows already, or?
I do. I do.
All right.
I'm prepared. All right. Let me just get a
Hey,
little
man,
sip of this.
Steve would be.
Some have told me that I'm a professional. Some have told me that I am a professional.
it. Probably shouldn't have put
I
that near
went-
my window.
I went to college.
Feel
Oh
like
wow.
That's 5.
That just one more. Then,
Okay,
yeah,
that's your best one, and it doesn't count because you're shot 5. That's good.
You know, I'm a professional. I'm so good that you don't even
You did
understand.
get 11 points, which is the most so far.
Yeah, we were so bad at counting. It was
Again,
so bad.
professional. Just like to say that.
All right.
Also,
Sure.
yeah, no, I am, sir.
Alex, are you gonna finally go?
Yeah, let's
Do
go.
it,
Let's do
the
it.
scoreboard.
Okay, go ahead. Okay, go ahead. All right, my window again. That's good.
I think we should move the dartboard over to the window. That
Okay, we're
seems
starting
like
to
a
create
better
an open
spot.
concept with my.
Dude, it gets me every time. The yelp, too, that came from Alex. The
We're doing another round if you want.
Okay.
Whoever wins this round gets this beer.
Oh,
Is it red?
Love a good challenge.
What does it do?
Here's your arrows back. What? Huh? Oh!
I want that beer. I want that drink.
You better win then.
I'll win.
Sniff,
I'll
come here.
win.
See
It's
it.
crazy that, like,
okay.
this came back
you to
up
help me
later
with
in the
this.
video.
Why?
Because it was
That
completely
thing
not
would-
planned.
That thing would do numbers for my store.
Okay. How do I rig it?
Also, a lot of people were like, oh my god, like, Alex made Sniff do this. I think at this part, Alex and Sniff are just being silly. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't think it's that deep.
I don't know. I'll push them when they're trying to shoot.
Okay. I guess.
I'm
This is gonna be great.
Okay,
Which
sorry.
gets talked
Alex is such a pee, I guess.
Out.
In-
I literally did not even mean to make that joke. I
the middle of the,
Public.
Darts time.
All right. So should I go first again? I guess.
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
We-
Somebody
we
lead the
gotta
way.
get a
Somebody's got a
scoreboard.
hand.
You know, I'll go first. I'll go
You go
first.
first. I'll go first.
Yep.
Alex should what?
I can't sit in that chair anymore. You,
I bet you're safe over there. You're a lot safer over there, 100%.
yeah, seems like it.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Alex is like locking
Okay.
in. Okay.
That's a 1. That's a nothing.
Oh,
My way.
Hurry up, dude. Okay.
Oh.
Okay, that's a what? A 6.
Ooh.
oh,
Ooh.
that was a good one right there.
Ooh.
Thanks, Seth.
Okay, that's
what I
a
get?
okay. Outer white is a 1, middle white's a 3, so you got
Us
6,
failing to
7.
count every single
Middle
time.
white's a 6, so you got a
13? Is that 13?
13. That's what I said. Very cool.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good one.
All right.
All right.
Try to beat me. You can't. You can't beat this.
Very good.
Okay.
Is
Who's
that
next?
a challenge?
Yeah, it is a challenge. What, you afraid?
Whose turn is it?
Get in there, Moo.
Not at all, partner. Get out of my way, partner. It's gonna be fine.
Or it's gonna.
All
Hey,
right.
don't start stuff.
Yeah. Just.
I
no,
would-
no, I'm just taking.
The little target icon in the corner is so good. How did you guys get the arrow positions? Bones watched very carefully.
Yeah, hey, there seems that was interesting.
That was
Interesting. Interesting.
4,
Let's
2
just,
zeros, and a 3. You got 4. Wait,
you know,
You
Wait.
got 4.
you got 8.
that doubled.
Yeah,
So
I mean, you tried.
What you mean?
that
What?
Well, you said 4 and then you
Hang
said
on,
8, so it
3.
doubled.
Anyways, Bones, you're next, right?
7. Hang on. Yeah. I need me some darts.
I don't have
Darts.
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 Thank you.
any. There we go.
And I need me a drink.
Turn around. What's that
Whoa.
behind your ear?
Whoa! How'd you do that? Everybody stand back.
I love that line. Whoa! How'd you do that?
Go
Make
on,
me
Steve.
proud.
Check this out, Steve. He ain't gonna do it. They ain't got
I
nothing.
have
ain't gonna
a
do it.
gun.
That's a 1.
All
That's
right.
a
What?
Zippo.
Sorry.
That's a zilch.
Oh.
That's a.
I feel like I might be being sabotaged.
Oh,
That is a.
that's 5. That's 5.
That's 5.
I would have read
yeah.
as 4. You guys are bad in math.
I don't.
Embarrassing.
So
1,
Numbers
4,
are hard.
9.
Wow!
Oh, look at it.
that. Alex won. Wow.
Oh, let's go.
Wait a minute.
This genuinely wasn't planned. You just actually pulled this out of his butthole, and it was crazy. Anyways.
Give me that
What?
alcohol, man.
Excuse me. I haven't gone.
Oh.
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 Pass me a bow.
A new challenger approaches. Here's the bow.
No, just take all of them.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Popular over here.
Let me show you how it's done. All right. And
Yes.
bullseye.
Yep.
And bullseye.
Yep.
There was genuine shock here for
got it,
me.
partner.
360. Bullseye.
Uh,
360.
It's perfect.
Hey, get out of my way. Bullseye.
Pulled up like
Oh
that
my
Turkish
God.
guy in the Olympics. yeah, literally.
And bullseye.
What the heck?
What is
Hang
that?
on, we got that.
He actually just showed everybody up. It was crazy.
He's
Got,
kind of good at
That's-
three.
6 plus 6
7
plus 7.
Oh, it's a
plus
lot of numbers. They stress
3.
me out.
That's yeah, you do win.
Yippee!
It's rigged against the house.
Well, I've been playing Dart Night
wouldn't
for
that be
years.
Rick
By
Ford?
myself,
By
man.
Yeah,
myself.
why can't
Why
does
didn't you
the
play
house
with anyone?
Because nobody shows up.
Because Greg Barkus needs
Yeah.
friends.
Oh my god.
Well, at least
Anyway,
have fun with your floating beer, I guess.
I'm feeling generous, so you guys can each have one
Oh wow.
because that
this
was
is so-
fun.
Yeah.
This is a good night. This is a
Thank
good
you.
Had a
night.
great time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Thank you,
being
Greg Barkus.
a customer.
Yeah.
I don't get a lot.
Oh. Well.
All right, see you never.
Well, I
Yeah,
had
well,
so much fun that
I
I'm
gotta go
gonna have
chase
to come
Alex.
back here
I-
again.
sorry.
Yeah. No, we'll definitely be back. Don't you worry.
Okay, I'll
Yep.
see you then.
Yep. don't
You good?
You
Yeah.
Stay there with him.
That wasn't bad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just a lot.
See,
He has
look at they
bombs
did.
on. Oh.
They dropped it pretty quick,
That's-
you know. And
oh.
well, I don't know what happened with y'all, but
Where did you?
I think it's gonna be okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's an interesting night.
Not the Jets in the background.
Yeah.
Because of me.
You guys have fun with Alex?
Yeah. No. It was
And then
it
this-
was
We don't talk about what happened to that bar. We don't talk about what happened in that bar.
Oh,
yeah,
Why
he's
not?
an interesting fella, but good heart.
anyways.
think.
Oh.
Oh.
Well, anyways,
Yeah, that
it,
looks
was,
great.
Still going up.
it was really great hanging out with you all. Actually,
No, this is a great. I think we should do this more often. This is a good night.
yeah, it
Do you
was
think
so.
Greg's gonna come
I
back
got
down?
I got a shop to take care of. I don't really know how often
Well-
I'll be.
Oh,
We'll plan it. We'll plan it. Don't even. No, we'll get. Don't worry. We'll. You don't.
Guys,
Yep. Oh! Yeah, it's time to go.
yeah. Wait, how did you get here, anyways? Again?
Well, I'm just big fan of travel. I love selling things, and I heard what happened with the train, and I was like, oh, I might.
Sorry.
Yep.
hang on.
Yeah.
What's all this about a train?
What?
Anyways, we should probably get you going.
Sniff's so iconic, dude.
No, I'll just head on home.
I know it's my own character, but
Yeah,
man.
there's your boat. There's your boat.
All right, I'll take a beautiful dive. Tell me how it looks, all right?
Girl, are you okay? You look sick. Chat, I'm gonna be real with you. Telling people they look sick is a little bit rude. Especially when they're chronically ill. But,
Okay.
All right.
Yep.
All right.
Let me
I
do
got my scoreboard ready.
Yep.
I am in fact just pale.
Beard champ.
Thank you. Thank you. No, this is...
All right.
Well, it was
Well,
very lovely.
It was nice hanging out with you guys.
Yeah.
I'm
if
gonna
you
head
ever
back.
Need anything, you know, maybe when I'm back. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Will you
I'll
be
see you
back?
around.
Will you back for the
I'll see
Harvest
you around.
Festival?
Just
I'm assuming
gone.
that's a yes.
Yep, me too.
Okay. Well, bye, Bones. I hope you enjoyed the gift that I gave you.
I did. Very red.
And
The
thanks
music
for
is very good,
letting
Bones.
Alex come along. I think he really needed it.
Huh?
The music here is
Yeah.
good.
Of course. Yay.
I wasn't sure what I was expecting from coming to town today, but I never imagined it would be that. Despite Alex's antics,
It's sorry because I watch you on YouTube and not because you are pale. It's because your eyes look a bit red. I don't know if it's just my screen just checking on you. No, it's okay. I totally get it. It's just like the thing is I have like natural eye bags and then also I'm wearing makeup, so that's why my eyes are red. So I did also just spend the past 2 weeks ill. I think they had fun. When I got home, I put my stuff away and finally allowed myself a night of sleep. I awoke on day 80 feeling so much more refreshed and... Here's the thing. Chat, I just always look like a sickly Victorian child nowadays. That's just how it is. Ready to continue working on Alex's list. I started the morning by harvesting sugarcane and continuing my wine brewing endeavors. I also finished crafting the required paper lanterns. At some point while grinding my sugar, I thought of an idea to build a windmill that powered multiple millstones, both for aesthetics and practicality. I ventured out to retrieve sand for both the build and the multitude of glass containers I needed to make for the cider, wine, and jam. Then, as a temporary solution for my hand grinding problem, I connected my millstone to a water wheel. As the sun rose on day 81, I decided to visit town again to smelt the iron I had collected so many days ago. It was much less awkward now, considering I felt Thank
like
you
my
so much
relationship
for
with Bones
clearing
had
that up.
improved. I waited impatiently in town all day while my errands melted, taking walks and visiting the docks. By the time I left for home, the sun had long set, but on the upside, I had
Finally
plenty
let
of
myself
iron
to
to
sleep,
build
the shock.
contraptions and
Yeah.
craft tools. I started day 82 by shearing my sheep and harvesting some apples. With a bit of extra time, I planted some flowers around my house and built a path between my front door and the garage. Then that evening, I went to
Is this
gather
going to be a
more
VOD? Yes.
limestone for my windmill build and for future paths. Day 83 was all about making small improvements while my wine brewed and my crops grew. I replaced the floor in my garage and continued to improve the paths around the lot. With
I
some
love
spare
like
time-
I just sound so much happier in this, like in comparison to pre day 80. Like that was the whole kind of point of that cutscene at the bar, is like this whole thing of like we had like this really kind of dramatic and sad moment between Bones and Stiff, and so we need something lighthearted to kind of bring back the mood.
In the afternoon, I cut down trees and worked on my house. Admittedly, though, I felt anxious that none of this was done with the list in mind, but I was unsure
It's
what
okay.
direction to go next. As I glanced down at the remaining items, I recalled one particular box I was hesitant to check: the nether wart. This ingredient was completely unobtainable for me, not without visiting the nether, and given my lack of strength, that wasn't something I was excited to do, nor did I have the portal for it. Considering nether wart is one of the key ingredients in potion brewing, it occurred to me that perhaps the wizard might have some, or at least an idea of how to get some. I remembered what Bones had said about asking for help, and though the idea still sat heavy with me, I didn't have much of a choice in this case. With that notion, I decided that the next day I'd visit the wizard and spend my
One of
time
my
a bit more
favorite
productively.
cutscenes.
On day 84, I set out for
Tony!
the house that sat on the opposite ridge. Never so sure what to expect with Tony. Hello? Tony?
Hello.
Hello.
Sorry, I found you in the videos.
Hi.
Yeah.
Asked
What you
if I was
doing?
here.
Listen. I wanted to apologize about last time. I shouldn't have denied your magical skills.
Well, you know what? It really truly does happen. People just, they cannot believe how powerful I am.
Sorry. I mean, actually, I think it's so funny because in this scene, I didn't realize this until after, but Gravel forgot to equip the skin with the moving eyes. So true, King.
Are you laughing at me?
Anyways, I'd like to ask for
Is there something funny? No, is there something funny?
I'm here to ask for your help.
Oh, so you need my help now?
Yeah.
You come in here, you laugh at my power, and then you're like, oh, Tony, I need your help.
No.
What?
That was
What
crazy. That was crazy. I'm sorry. Gravel is such a talented voice actor. I can't.
So the words coming out of your mouth are "I'm sorry," but you're laughing as you're saying it, which makes me feel like you're not sorry.
No. I just I'm a giggling person, okay? Listen. I need to go to hell.
Yeah, I personally, I would have never gone that far, but I do have a portal in my backyard if you want to come with me.
No, that's not what I mean. Listen, I'm working on this project with Alex, right? And I need another project. And I don't know, I figured you being a wizard, a great wizard, mind you, that you might know where I could get some nether wart.
Well, yeah, so the assumption that you have to go to hell was correct. Come with me. Oh. Let's go this way. At the door.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right here. Yep, there it is.
Why is this in your backyard?
Well, I'm a great wizard. I'm Tony the Great Wizard.
I'm Tony the Great Wizard, guys.
What else would be in my backyard?
I don't know, like a garden or something?
You want netherwart, right?
I'm not going in there by myself.
Oh, no, you know what? You really don't have to worry because my buddy Giovanni's in there. And you go through there and you scream, "Hey, Giovanni! Hey, Giovanni!" And he'll answer.
Yeah, see, I don't know Giovanni like that. We need Giovanni in the sequel.
Who knows Giovanni to come with
you. We need Giovanni in the sequel.
Would you be willing to come with me?
You know what? Sure, why not?
Oh my god. Okay,
I really didn't have much going on today anyways. I guess I could go to hell. Hey, Giovanni! Hey, Giovanni, you there?
Whoa. Careful.
So this ain't Giovanni's house.
This whole bit.
I don't really know where this is, but you know what? That's okay.
We probably should go down.
Now, you're the only one with a pickaxe here, because, I wasn't really ready to go on an adventure. So the digging is going to be up to you. That's your job.
Man, this is taking a hot minute. Sorry.
So there's this building. This building. Giovanni lives there.
Okay.
It's like a fortress.
Tony gave me achievement, but not Sniff.
Where we're gonna
that's
find...
because, chat, I had to go into. I went into the Nether preemptively, admittedly, when I was setting up the portal.
Yeah,
the Nether wart.
That's where you're gonna find your Nether wart.
Slight issue. Do you mind not taking up so much space?
Oh, sorry. I was man-spreading.
You said
crazy line.
Giovanni's got like
Giovanni's house. We gotta go to Giovanni's house. He's got netherwart there. Now I've got a bad sense of direction, so I don't really know where I'm going. So you're just gonna have to look for like this big purple fortress.
Okay.
That's where Giovanni lives.
No commentary.
We gotta go down.
I want to warn you, he might not be home, but that's okay, because he doesn't mind.
Does he like always live in the Nether, or?
Oh yeah, that's his house. He pays taxes.
Sorry, he what?
He pays taxes.
To what? Is there a government in the hell that he's paying taxes to?
I don't really come here that often, so I'm not familiar with how they run things. But Giovanni's a really
stand-up guy. Yeah.
He's got it together.
He's got it together, dude.
He's got it together.
Because he pays taxes.
And he's
because he pays taxes,
which is what you need.
Yeah. Sorry, this is harder to get to than I thought. You think that? Oh Jesus!
Oh, sorry about that.
Oh my god, dude. Literally, Grandpa is so funny.
I hope we get there before this pig runs out. Otherwise, that's gonna be an issue.
Oh, that's what our fists are for.
What? Oh, okay. I hear things.
Dally jump scare. Is he human? Probably not.
Oh, that's okay.
The one hit is crazy.
Okay. Yeah, that was kind of impressive.
Nobody messes with Tony.
Aren't you a wizard? Can't you, like, do magic and stuff at them?
Oh, Giovanni doesn't like when I do magic here.
Sorry, does Giovanni, like, own
The lore building of Giovanni in this scene is crazy.
the Nether? I think I'm confused on the lore.
Well, Giovanni's just Giovanni.
Okay.
And you don't really go into somebody's home and, like, you know, start doing things they don't like. And Giovanni doesn't like magic.
So genuine thing here, oh shoot, one second. I just keep snoozing the ad break because I don't want to deal with it. But genuine thing here, if these pigs didn't give me tallow, I would not have been able to complete the list. Like the piglins giving me tallow is the only way I would have been able to do it because I didn't have time to set up a bee farm.
So make sure when we enter Giovanni's house, you don't do any magic.
There's a giant pig.
Oh no, that's okay.
Oh no, that's okay.
Oh!
Careful.
Sniff just bow spamming.
Oh wait, is that tallow?
Yes.
Sorry, would you mind if I had that? Oh,
You can take that.
Beautiful.
I don't like that.
Oh wait,
What'd I tell you?
is this Giovanni's house?
This is Giovanni's house. Giovanni, you home? I don't have a pickaxe. He doesn't mind if we break the walls. So
He doesn't mind if
can
we
go
break
ahead
the
and do
walls,
that if you
guys.
want.
Oh, okay. Here, I'll just build a staircase and be nice. I hear a really ominous breathing coming from Giovanni's house. Is that normal?
Oh, that's just Giovanni's friends.
His friends.
That's just his friends. You can just take stuff. Giovanni's got more things than he needs.
You can just take stuff. It's okay.
There was,
never know.
There is nether wart in this chest, but I need 16, and there is only
Well, there's more in here.
Oh, there is. Who designed this place?
Giovanni. Here you go. There it is.
So I can just take this, or
Yeah. Just if you can, maybe replant a little bit for him,
oh yeah.
so that he doesn't have nothing. Like he'll never know it's missing.
See, okay, here's the thing. Chat, somebody in the comments said, I think Giovanni is a wither, and like low-key, I think Giovanni is also a wither. Yeah.
All right, let's get out of here.
So no Giovanni?
Yeah, I don't think Giovanni's home.
I was kind of.
And I don't really want to talk to any of his friends.
Any of his friends.
Oh! There's one of his friends. Hey, it's Tony! Stop it!
Oh my god. You just...
Sometimes they get a little upset.
Hey, it's Tony! Stop it!
No, that's okay. So, you know what? Come back here. Come back here.
Oh my god, I have very little health.
No, so sometimes Giovanni likes to invite some really angry people over. That's one of them. So we're gonna go around.
Well, I could just
kill him, guys. Don't worry.
I killed Giovanni's friend.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
Oh, yeah, that's okay.
Okay. I think
Gravel is so
that
funny,
exit
chat.
is somewhere over
That's all my
here.
commentary on him, is
We
that
arrived
he's so
back
funny.
in the overworld on day 85, and I was absolutely delighted with this trip. Not only had I acquired enough nether wart, but I had gotten plenty of tallow for candle making. I ran home eager to put these ingredients to use, and I spent the rest of the daylight harvesting crops and deciding it was finally time to build that windmill. For efficiency's sake, I wanted to take a different approach.
So it's actually funny because using this create cannon thing is something that Oppo doesn't like, and we had a conversation about it, about how like it kind of defeats the point of Minecraft, and I think that's actually kind of true. And it's something I agree with. I just think it's funny because like it's like Sniff didn't have the time to build it, and so this is what they resorted to.
It was expensive, but at this point I could craft a schematic cannon, which would allow me to draw up my build plans and let the machine do.
I do prefer to build my things it just quite literally did not have the time.
The placing while I worked on the farm. I opted to put the schematic next to the barn, and like that, I was off to gathering and crafting the necessary materials. It appeared that I still needed sand, so on day 86, I set out to that lake for what I hoped would be the last time. In moments like this, I really wished that I had more experience in magic so that I could enchant my tools better than a level or 2 efficiency, but with everything else going on, there wasn't much time to improve in that area. At nightfall, I returned home and crafted the materials for the windmill's roof. As I was organizing everything for the cannon, a creeper appeared and reduced me to a
Vods, did you add that voice line?
Of course I did. Do you think that's in the game?
No, I know. I don't think I caught that the first time.
Your couple of hearts. I was frustrated with myself for not hearing it, but after so many days of no sleep, it was what it was. I spent day 87 feeding materials to the cannon while juggling farm chores. By this point, only a few ingredients remained on my list. The apple cider and wine were close to done, along with several other things that relied purely on time. However, there was also one last ingredient that puzzled me: the hops. I hadn't encountered any hops in my days of foraging, and the idea of looking now was as grim as ever, given my limited
This was
stamina.
real. I did not know if I was going to actually find hops,
and then
chat.
I remembered the saddle I found whilst in the nether fort. I mean, Giovanni's house. With the nearby meadow, I was bound to find a horse, which would make traveling so much more accessible. That night, I finally decided to sleep and set out on the morning of day 88 in search of a horse and some hops. Sure enough, a group of wild horses were near the abandoned village, and I picked a brown spotted one. Once it was tamed, it felt like a new world had opened up. This steed was much faster than I, and without hesitation, we sprinted up the mountainside to the hot springs I had visited once before. I briefly took a break to grab some sand, and then we continued on my quest for hops. I visited biome after biome, but as the sun grew dark, I found myself in a dense, mossy taiga. A whole day of searching and hops were nowhere.
Stop.
Taiga.
Guys. I might be stupid.
In sight, and to make matters worse, the dense forest was difficult to navigate on horseback. As we dodged arrows and the hissing of
okay, that's the issue. Is like I knew somebody whose name was Taiga.
What?
Yes. I know somebody who's named Taiga.
Oh.
So that's why I misread it.
I came upon bright green hop leaves. Finally! But there was no time to celebrate. I needed to get out of this forest quick. I made my way back to the peak of the mountainside and rushed home. I couldn't help but notice the pillager outposts on my way back and their proximity to the town. I could only hope that, like the village, they were abandoned.
I'm gonna
After
cry.
an eventful night, I quickly got back to work on the farm. I was done brewing
Peter, the horse is here.
the cider and close to having a stack of red wine. The mill was coming along nice as well, and I took comfort in knowing that with a horse, I could travel quicker to town. I spent the evening crafting the remaining blocks for my mill. On day 90, I prepped an area for the hops. They required an unusual setup, given their nature to climb. That same morning, the windmill completed its construction, and the last step was to simply activate it. I towered up and gave the propellers a gentle push, letting the wind do the rest. It had been a long past few days. Actually, it had been a long past... how many days? 90? Okay, 90. It had been a long 90 days, but I was so close to being done with this stupid list.
Yeah, I did swear there. I was actually like, it's so funny because when I recorded that line, I also had just been working on this video for 2 months, right? Like it's so interesting to me, the parallels between working on this video and then also the contents of the video, where like that's how I felt. Like I could have replaced the word list with video and I would have been genuine, because I had just been we both had been working on it for way too long and we were tired, and well, you know, that's what happens when you make a 2-hour and 40-minute video. And
feature-length film.
Feature-length film. And so, you know, I genuinely swore, and then it was Bones' idea to cover up with a sniffer noise, which I always think will be funny, to censor Snifferish with sniffer noises.
I think if I could never look at a clipboard again, I'd be the happiest person alive.
Snifferish.
Or maybe I just need a nap.
Yes.
Anyways, in honor of being nearly...
This is my favorite part. I edited this part. I'm a little biased. It's not actually I don't know if this is my favorite part, but this is one of my favorite parts.
Done. Let's review everything.
Love that part. I added that part very last minute. I think I edited that the day before the video was published because I felt like I needed like a refresher of like how much Sniff had gone through, and I think as a result it makes this following scene so much more impactful because it shows that chaos that Sniff went through right before they break down from it.
Just a few more things and then I'm finally free. It's just a matter of time. I started weeding my potato patch, keeping an eye on...
Hey, Sniff.
Oh, hi. Is there something you need?
Well, you know, a couple things. Well, one, I sent a lot of recipes your way, but they all got returned, and I just wanted to make sure that you were doing okay.
I never set up a mailbox. I'm sorry. Sorry.
That makes sense.
Listen, one second. I love to keep talking to you. One second. I'm in the middle of doing something.
You want me to hold something? Or you want me to help?
No. I can do this all on my own. Do not worry. Actually, here, follow me. Sorry. Okay. I gotta keep the work going. So, you know.
I mean, you
get your tissue ready. Literally.
Everything looks
the scene gets me.
Oh,
and I have insight on the scene afterwards.
It's been
a lot has changed.
I've been doing a lot of work, and I've been working on this project with Alex, so it's been taking up a lot of my time. Sorry, I haven't been able to visit, or set up a mailbox.
Okay.
I honestly thought that was like a week ago, but I guess it was more than that.
A little, you know, it's like 40 days or something. You wouldn't happen to have any extra flour?
Oh, yeah. Listen. Oh my God, I just spent the past like 4 days straight building this mill over here.
Really?
Isn't it, dude? Look at how beautiful it is.
Wow.
Yeah. So I can totally get you some flour. Oh, 1 second. I'll do it.
That would be amazing. I've just, the general store is running low on it, and Alex has been really busy, and
it's just probably just busy with the Harvest Festival stuff. You know, it's probably just all stuff.
That's what he said too, and that's great. But like, I don't know why he wouldn't just want me to help, shoulder the burden a little bit at least. I don't know.
I'm
he seems to do everything on his own, and it's a little frustrating at times. So I thought I could go get some flour for the general store.
I've been trying to get him to the scene, dude. The scene.
Yeah, that's a little hard. I don't know if anyone's ever successfully done that.
Well,
he's taken over at least.
Maybe you should talk to him when you get the chance again, when you bring him the flour.
Do you think he'll listen?
I don't know. It's not my place to say anything, but like, he has been kind of dealing with some stuff. I've been trying to help him, but I don't know what to say here. It's so awkward. I've been the gradual way in which Sif opens up with the scene is one of my favorites.
And you look exhausted. When was the last time you slept?
The music right there? I don't know.
Like, you've done so much amazing work, but
listen.
You need rest too.
I promise. As soon as the Harvest Festival is over, just talk to Alex. We'll work it all out. He's in a weird state right now, and they're just kind of going through it. But I feel like everything's gonna be fine soon. And I'll sleep. Yeah. But I mean, it's just, Alex is trying to prove some stuff right now, and I do kind of get that, right? And
yeah, but what's he proving? That he can do everything on his own and not, you know, work with other people and work as a team. People who want to help.
Eat.
Just like you. If you need help,
This seed.
so. I'll come down here in a jiffy. I'll harvest crops, I'll bake dinner. I'll help out. If it means you get some sleep.
Okay.
Oh,
Sorry.
no.
Sorry. The seed. Sorry. I will speak on it once we're done watching it.
No, don't cry. No. Come down.
Sorry, I'm just really tired. Ugh.
I know. Come on here.
And the realness of crying
is
when you're
painful.
tired. Me too, girl. Listen, there's something that I really shouldn't tell you, but I'm going to. Yeah. There were some issues with the train, and Alex hasn't been able to get the materials, and I've been helping him for the past 40 days, and I'm almost there, and I think I have everything. So it's not that big of a deal. It's not that big of a... We didn't need help, but it's just... I don't think that this should ever happen again.
No.
But you can't tell anybody else.
I won't. I promise.
I
promise.
I probably... Alex is gonna kill me if he finds out I told you, but...
He will know.
Instead of having, like... this is so real.
It's okay.
The scene was just so good.
I think
because it was
if you
so
can
real.
do anything
to help him. I think I'm okay. I think I can do. I think I did do it. I think I'm going to. I think everything is actually somehow magically we somehow managed to pull this off. But
you've done a lot. Just take a nap. Yeah.
Yeah. And Gracie's saying exactly the right things too. I know. Yeah.
You should be able to enjoy it. You need to have some sleep. So that you can actually, like, be there and be present and have fun at the festival.
I think you could do me a favor then?
Yeah. Anything.
I'm supposed to drop the stuff off in, like, 5 days. And I think that's when you guys are supposed to come pick stuff up, too.
Yeah.
Maybe once all of this is done and Alex is no longer clouded by the stress, you could try and talk to him.
I can do that.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Sorry for getting all emotional there. It's
No, don't apologize. Why are you apologizing?
That's real.
That means so much to me.
It's still... I just really care about this place, and I don't want to... I just want to make sure that I can stay here.
You've done so much, and people really view you as part of our family.
Chat.
And that means, like I tell Alex, you don't have to shoulder it all alone.
So listen, you promise you'll talk to Alex for me?
Pinky promise.
Okay. And I will take a nap.
Yes, you will. I like this deal.
I'm almost there.
Yeah.
I'll see you in 5 days at the supply meetup.
Looking forward to it. And thank you for
But
the
I'm a
time.
hustler.
Yeah,
I'm a hustler.
yeah.
There's so many little details about this scene. I will say it was really funny because Gracie and I got ready to record this scene and we ended up chatting for like 3 hours beforehand. And it was so funny because I feel like we had this really in-depth conversation, you know, and chat that was very comforting, and like it was very, very real life moment too that I think just kind of almost like prepared us for this scene where we were like, we were confiding in each other, and then, you know, we had to do it in Minecraft, and it just made it so much more real. And I just really like, you know, the sort of character arc here. I think that it makes sense that you know, character Sniff would confess while tired specifically. Because I don't know, like it's I think that's real. I mean, it's like, it's why I think 3 a.m. confessions are so real. I think when we get tired, it's like things slip from our brain a little bit easier. So tired. When I woke up on day 91, the memory of Aster's visit floated on my conscious like a loose dream. It wasn't until later that I remembered all that I had emitted in my exhaustion. But
where I expected to find guilt, I only found relief. I was only a few items away from completing that list, yet when I glanced at my farm, I could hardly say that I was proud. There were weeds in my garden, there was water in my basement, and I was exhausted. I was ready to be done with all of this. I was ready to decorate my house and spend time walking through the meadow with my dog. And so I started on these last few tasks. On day 92, I finished setting up my hops and started to pull the weeds from my garden patches. In between, I worked on the last few things on the list, the yeast, the wine, and of course, the hops. That evening, while everything brewed and cooked in the background, I finally cleared my basement of water and started to organize my chests. The next morning, I had acquired all the hops and wine needed, and all that was left on my list was the yeast, which I stirred between sorting chests and farming crops. That evening, I constructed lights around my farm, and for the final time, I went to the kitchen to check in and found that I had enough yeast to satisfy my list. By all means, I was done. I had collected everything, mere days away.
So chat, another thing too is like when I made this list, I genuinely did not know if it was something that I could complete. Like, it doesn't seem like a lot, but like because of all of the different things, it like it was like I had to, you know, build a lot of stuff and like yeah. And so this was one of those things where it was like we set up this goal and we were like, okay, if I hit it, I hit it. If I don't, I don't. But obviously I did complete it, which felt big.
From when I needed to deliver it to the general store. But more than that, with the completion of the list, I had practically secured the farm. As soon as I gave this to Alex, my debt was repaid. And it was mine. I could hardly focus with my excitement. I spent the evening continuing to organize my chest and began to think of all the things I could do now. In the morning, I crafted myself the materials for a mailbox and walked over to the bend in the road. On my way over, I couldn't help but notice the first patch of garden I attempted to cultivate in the early days of my farm. All grown over with weeds, it felt like ages ago I was sitting and watching these carrots grow. I decided to clean it up and let
What would have happened if you didn't complete it? I don't know. Alternate timeline would go crazy. I don't think the pillager stuff would have happened, maybe. We probably would have gone down a different story route.
Ground returned to a grassy state. Then I set up my mailbox and like that began a day of small repairs, doing things I'd been meaning to do for ages but never quite had the time for. I finished the path, cleared some grass, finished the windows in the barn, and despite everything, I had a positive feeling about the coming days. While the Harvest Festival was nearly a disaster, Alex and I had successfully avoided it. And though our choices were less than ideal, there was...
Are you sure about that? Are you sure about that?
Space to make better ones next time. If anything, maybe I could prove to Alex that help was okay. That evening before day 95, I felt restless and opted to make myself a nice meal to pass the time. Tomorrow, I'd head out on horseback with all the supplies in tow and... What was that? A strange, familiar sound echoed beyond my kitchen window, and I crouched to avoid being seen by the pillagers. What were they doing here? At this hour and at this time? I contemplated hiding it out, hoping they'd pass, but it was too late. They'd seen me. I readied my knife, but this was not like before. There was more than one, and even as I ran back to my house for safety, they followed suit, prying open my doors and aiming their bows at my head. With only 2 left, I managed to slay the banner carrier, but as I turned to the last pillager, it was too late. I was shot. I awoke on day 95 with a haze in my head and a foggy
First few AU that Alex set the farm on fire by accident and caused the old owners to move away. Yeah, no, I've seen people make that theory, and I just don't think it's like fundamentally true. Like, I think it just was the pillagers always. Yeah, I don't think Alex is that malicious.
Recollection of the night before. It wasn't long until my eyes adjusted and I realized that in front of me was nothing. All of my crates were gone, an ominous banner left in their stead. My first thought was to search around the house, but then I realized the day. It's day 95, it's drop-off day. The sun was high in the sky and I was late. I needed to inform Alex right away. I needed to solve this. I sprinted to the general store, my head pounding, my heart racing, but to my horror, everyone was waiting outside and Alex was nowhere in sight.
Bones?
Sniff. Do you know what's going on? Alex?
Somebody just said, is this a series? No. Unfortunately, I don't think there will be a 200-day continuation of this for a variety of reasons. But I think we are considering making like an epilogue.
Has locked themselves inside the general store, but we're all standing outside trying to get our stuff for the festival. But
Oh gosh, this is. I need to go talk to Alex. Yeah, just tell everyone to wait a few minutes, please.
okay, the front door is barricaded, so I don't know how you're gonna get in. But
I'll figure it out. Alex?
Huh?
Alex, you need to let me in. Open the window.
No.
Yes.
No, I can't let you in.
What is going on?
Why are you here? Wait, do you have the stuff?
Why are you here is crazy.
I mean, why don't you have the stuff?
Alex, I am breaking this window.
No, don't do that.
Sniff
my
taking
property.
charge. Let's go.
Alex, something happened.
What happened? What happened with the stuff?
I don't know. I had everything. I completed the list, and then last night these pillagers showed up, and then I woke up and everything was gone.
No.
Sniff standing on business, real.
This isn't good. The pillagers have it.
No, I know, but I mean, Alex, we have to tell everybody.
No.
Oh, so somebody asked, was everyone here playing their characters? No. It was like literally two different, like the main reason why this took so long to film is because arranging recording sessions with everybody was really difficult. Some facts about streamers, they're notoriously bad at answering their messages. But also like bad at scheduling, stuff like that. Because like everyone has these really weird all over the place schedules. And so that's why we decided to approach the scene the way we did, because it literally was just impossible to get all 8 members here for recording. What do you mean no? They can't just wait outside there while we sit in here and do it.
Yes, they can.
It shouldn't have been like this in the first place. Alex, we need to tell everybody right now. We need to explain everything.
We can't do that.
What? No, you can't do that. Yes, Sniff, stand on your... Yes, Queen! Everyone, we owe everybody an explanation.
But the town, they're gonna freak out.
It's too late. They already are. Because we've been withholding things and not telling people things and not asking for help. Alex, if you don't go out there, I will.
I can't go out.
Fine. Then I'm going to. Hello. I'm sure you all are wondering where the supplies are for pickup day and why Alex is, eating a sandwich. So I'm here to explain, and, I want to start with apologizing, as there has been a bit of deception on our part. 45 days ago, Alex received word that the train tracks had been washed away, and thus the supply chain was affected. I personally have been seeing to every requested ingredient for the festival. There was no ill intent behind this, but that doesn't mean it was without consequence. Because I want to clarify, this scene is like partially animated, but this is also, like I said, filmed within Minecraft. So yeah, I'm not super proud of the... Hello, there's a plane. I'm not super proud of the animations of the scene because it was very rushed because we were starting to get to like the crunch time. But I love this scene. Although everything was going according to plan, I think... I'm sorry, does anybody have a glass of water? This is my favorite part, I think. Just visually.
The next morning, I on day 8, the morning of day 9, on day 12, on day 13, on day 14, day 15, and the day 16. The next day, I day 19, on day 20, on day 22, the next day, on day 24, on day 26, 27, 29, 30.
Do you mind? It's much better when it's quiet. I think I'm just really tired of the numbers. Man, but I want some mac and cheese. Well, break time's over, I guess.
I think she's waking up. Hey, Sniff, are you there?
Yes, good morning. I just had the worst dream. Yeah, again, animated completely within Minecraft. Wait. What What are you guys doing here? Oh no.
Sniff.
Oh, I
Sniff.
passed out. I wasn't done. I need to explain.
Sniff.
Bones and Asta already explained what they could. You don't have to do anything.
What about the Harvest Festival supplies? Alex, the train.
Alex is still holed up in the general store, and everyone else is trying to regather the supplies. Greg is leading an expedition into the mines right now, and Diana is handling their crops.
We're gonna help too. We just wanted to make sure you woke up.
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry, guys. This is a mess.
I won't lie. Some people were hurt and confused by the deception, but only because this is a community. We share our problems, and we solve them together.
No one is angry with you, Sniff.
I just wish there was something I could do. I wish I hadn't lost everything.
We're meeting at the tavern tonight to assign some work. Why don't you rest up and stop by? But only if you're feeling better.
Thank you, guys. Sincerely.
There's no need, Sniff. You're a part of Fernsfield now. This is what we do.
Aster and Mabel left. So yeah, that cutscene originally was going to be acted in person, but they both were away, so that's why that one got animated. Soon after, and I wandered around the farm, aimlessly trying to make sense of everything that happened in the past day. I was relieved that everyone had decided to. And I will say that this section of the video is a little bit more choppy than I want it to be. Like, I feel like that there's less smoothness in the transitions, but like I said, like anything towards the end of the video, we were having a really hard time getting everything done to be out. Work together. However, in my head, something was still off. I revisited my garage to stare at that ominous banner. It stared right back, as if taunting me for my lost supplies. I wondered how long the pillagers had been there, where they came from, and... oh. Suddenly, a question I asked so long ago came to mind. Did I ever learn what happened to this house before? Did I ever investigate the barn? Did I truly pass that tower and think it empty? The answer I needed was always there, lingering in the back of my sight, pushed away in favor of my accomplishments. How long had they been watching? And is it possible they're still there? I glanced at the mountain, and then, without thinking, I started barreling down the ridge towards the general store. But this time, it was completely different. This time, I knew we could get it all back. I think the choppiness makes sense story-wise because Stiff has been pushing themselves so far, and after being knocked out and passing out, the disorientation makes sense. That's fair. Yeah, I can get that.
Yeah, that's canon now. Actually.
Yeah. That's actually that was actually why that was the intention. Did you hear? Everyone's working to get the stuff.
Yeah, you told everyone.
Well, what else did you want me to do? Did you want me to just... The stuff was gone.
I don't know.
Taken.
We could have figured something out.
Cannon, yeah. You and I can't keep figuring stuff out, just the two of us.
But now they all know.
And they should. Because there's so many people in this town, and they're all a part of it. They all deserve to know. We shouldn't hide things from people. It only damages ourselves.
But I failed.
Okay, yes, objectively, you might have failed, but... is that
L.
such a bad thing? And also, was it even possible to succeed? Have you ever thought that maybe you running this all by yourself and managing this all by yourself is a little bit too much? And everyone wants to help.
They do?
They do. Everyone is helping right now. I just talked to Aster. She told me that people are in the mines gathering iron, and that people are already on my farm trying to get things. Everyone wants to help. Everyone's been wanting to help you, just as I wanted to help you. I mean, Alex, I think that you're a really cool person. I mean, yeah, you were a little bit ambitious trying to organize the Harvest Festival by yourself, but you still tried to do that. And the fact that you even tried is so admirable. Listen, I think that we can get the stuff back.
Really? How?
I think that the pillagers, I think they took it somewhere nearby.
And I think that no. I know it might be a little bit dangerous, but don't you think we owe it to everybody?
Sure.
You serious?
Yeah, let's go show him.
Listen, I don't think we can do this just you and I, though. We're kind of shrimps, so
Who
we're
else
kind
would
of
come?
shrimps. Oh, I know a certain blacksmith friend of yours and mine that might. Oh, come on.
You know what? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Sif's like, boo, get over it.
Listen, I think there was I went out to find hops the other day and I saw a bunch of different pillager towers. I had hoped that they were abandoned, but I have a feeling that they weren't, and maybe that's what's been going on this whole time. I mean, I didn't tell you about this, but someone tried to burn down my barn, and well, admittedly, I thought it was one of you guys, but I guess I was wrong. Bones?
Yep.
Hey.
How can I help you?
I pointed this out in Discord the other day, but this rose is the one that Sif gave Bones, which is really cute.
Actually, you can help us.
Okay. How can I do that?
So, obviously, there's been some stuff going on, but I think we can get all of the stuff that I collected back.
We just gotta kill a bunch of pillagers.
Uh-huh.
Like a bunch.
Like a bunch.
Are you up for the task?
You said once, Bones, that, we should ask for your help if we need it, and so this is...
Yeah, I can turn on the CC. Unfortunately, it is auto-generated.
Us doing that.
Well, I guess I'm obliged to help. And I have just the tool. Hang on.
Oh.
Yep.
I can't hold one of those, but I got this.
All right. Well, if you do need a... Oh, you have a... What the...
Whoa!
I no longer feel safe.
They left the weird, ominous banner at my house. Let's see if we can go there and find any evidence, and let's track these guys down. So, this is where I had all the stuff, and this
scene was wild. Dude, this scene was, like, we just wanted a little bit more,
banner.
like, climactic
It's
ending,
like they wanted
I think.
us to find it. They wanted us to find them.
Well, like, we just wanted, like, it's the fact that Sif is, like, a bit argumentative with every other guy, but with Bones, they're softer. What? That's crazy. I wonder why. What?
Hey, you stop that.
Well, Bug is trying to steal the show.
The last time I saw
Bug is
any
always
pillager
trying to steal
tower,
the
it
show.
was this way. So, I feel like...
Oh, hang on. What's this?
What? What is that?
This is apple cider.
Okay. You don't just drink apple cider off the ground. Oh.
Wait. There's more stuff over here.
Maybe you know.
I promise I won't eat it this time.
Well, you better not, because this will make you some kind of way.
Oh.
No, if Bones gets something, I want something.
Here you go.
Seems only fair.
Hey guys, Tony the Wizard here. Hi, Grumble.
How was that?
Oh my god. Oh, that's why you don't drink wine you find off the
Do you
ground.
need some water there?
Yeah, what is Bug doing right now, Chad? Do you see this? Girl, come on. There we go. Okay, fine. Screw you. Fine. I wasn't enjoying that, Bug. Yeah. She's shrimping. Bug shrimps a lot
here, so they must have gone this way.
Are you
come back.
sure there's no more ground alcohol? Ground alcohol! Up ahead!
Ooh.
Here we go.
Oh,
Queen.
it's corn.
Me?
Stuff. I get it now. This is all the stuff. Wait, this is my inventory. Why am I drinking my own inventory? Oh. Oh.
I still don't understand what they were saying
You
there.
don't need that bucket of milk?
Looks like they dropped a bunch of apples down there.
Oh. I'm not going down there.
That's fair.
Oh my god.
You still got that apple tree, right?
Did you find something?
Now it's just getting really, really windy now.
Whew. Yeah, it's a bit cold. I don't think I've ever been up this far before.
Oh. I want my stuff back.
Legend has it, Tony's still looking for Giovanni. Dude, Giovanni in the epilogue? When? Did these guys ever bother you guys before I moved here?
No, I think they just hate you.
Alex.
You
Sorry,
never told me
me
what
too.
happened to the house before I bought it.
Was it
By chance, burned down on accident? Or was it...
Huh.
Yeah, so chat, a lot of people think that for some reason Alex burned down the house. Like, that house has been sitting vacant for a while and Alex is like 21. So like, no.
Oh, candles? Careful, it's really steep here.
Yeah, it is.
It's okay, I'm a pro mountain climber.
What?
When did you
Not
pick
really.
that hobby up?
I
So you're
didn't.
lying.
I'm lying.
The whole video could be summed up with that sentence. Oh. Does Alex know what happened to the house? Not really. Like, it's very unclear to Alex as well, because Alex has only just barely started to fulfill in this leadership position that they're in.
Oh. Oh. This is not what I saw before. I don't see anybody. Oh.
Oh, okay. He saw me. He saw me.
Shoot.
He saw me. Well, yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Shoot. Oh, careful. Ah! I have so little hearts. Yeah, wow.
Get him! Give me back my stuff. Wait,
Okay.
I have an idea.
The beer,
Oh
the
my
beer
God.
comes in handy.
Yeah. Well, that's unusual.
Sniff with their little, Sniff going to fight with their little steel knife. I can't.
Where are you?
Get him!
I'm trying.
Oh, hi,
We
guys.
did it. Hey. Fancy seeing you here.
Did you just
I have an arrow in my back.
fly
That's
up
not
to the
good.
roof?
Yeah, the alcohol.
That was crazy.
Oh, that's clever. I should have done that.
Wait,
Oh, it's all this stuff.
This is the stuff.
Can't believe you actually did it, Sniff. I was kind of doubting you, to be honest, but this is all the stuff.
Wait, did you actually do this entire 100 days with no armor? Yeah, I couldn't wear armor. I couldn't even wield, like, a sword. So,
Well, you know,
The red wine, the apple cider, the yeast, the apple mash.
Alex.
Good.
You know how we've been saying this entire time that we didn't need any help? I wouldn't have been able to do any of this as if it wasn't for the people in the town. You know, I bought the seeds from you, and Bones helped me mine things, and your sister came and helped me cook, and Ross helped me build the barn, and Forrest gave me, you know, animals, and...
Maybe I could have asked for a little assistance.
I think in the future, you and I both should.
Yeah.
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 Here, come on.
my boy.
Come on, let's go. Let's bring everything back.
Let's go. Let's go. There's a guy right there.
Oh, another one.
Bones.
I got him.
Ow. I have an.
That was such a Bones and I moment. Cause like, me just saying Bones, I did sorry, this is so funny to me. Because that was like, that wasn't me acting, that was me genuine, like I just say your name and you know exactly what I mean.
Yep.
It's so, which is so amusing to me.
An idea.
Okay.
Bam.
Can I do that? Can I...
Wait.
Yep.
Oh, I love this shot. This is my, yeah.
I will meet you down there. Be on your way.
Okay. Oh god.
think we're good.
All right, let's walk back.
That was fun. I should get out of my comfort zone more often. Maybe I should actually start mountain climbing.
King! You should, yeah. We should go sledding in the winter. Have you ever done that before?
We should go sledding all the time.
Well, yeah, I guess you probably could with these mountains. I think Bones is bringing everything back to town.
It's over then.
Yeah. Listen. I'm sorry that I... Actually, I'm kind of not sorry that I told everyone. Queen. When I came to Fernsfield, I thought it would be a good way to escape my problems, but all I did was bring them with me. I've spent so much of my life working, I don't even know what else to do. The only way I know how to communicate is through my actions. That's why I wanted to help you. Even before our deal, I thought if I could do something grand or nearly impossible in just 100 days, I would be worthy of being here in this beautiful community. But that's not how we should value ourselves or each other. My point is, we both fed into the problem.
I think I was trying to escape something too.
And you see, chat, this is where I think it's also interesting, because this is where I also wanted to critique the 100 days genre as a whole. Because I love doing 100-day videos, I do. But I also think that, like, right now the current state of YouTube is very unsustainable in the Minecraft community, right? It's funny because, you know, earlier I mentioned that there was a channel that, like, you know, was owned and operated by a company and makes videos that are in the same niche as me. And it's interesting because, like, the whole thing that they're operating on is to push out as many 100-day videos as possible. And I just think it's almost interesting because it's like we've gotten to this point in content creation where we expect so much and we expect it quick. And it almost feels a little bit like, I don't know, it feels, it's unsustainable is really the only way to explain it, right? Oh shit, there's an ad break. But basically what it comes down to for me is, like, I love 100-day videos, but this expectation to do this huge challenge in 100 days is really... it kind of gets you a little bit. It's really daunting, and like I said, it's really unsustainable. So that was kind of like also the whole point of this, was just this whole slight critique on the genre that it was fulfilling. And I mean, you can kind of tell that. Excuse me, sorry, my acid reflux is acting up. You can kind of tell that from the intro, you know, where I say that everything becomes about days and numbers and productivity. And so that was sort of the irony of this whole video. Anyways, not the ad interrupting Stiff. I'm sorry. Well, like I said, I love Twitch. I really do. Thank you, Twitch. Wow, you're so fun and great. Also, Bug's trying to bite me right now. Hello? Anyways, hope you guys might have missed what I said. I'm sorry. But TLDR, critiquing the 100 days genre, because I just think it's really, you know, unsustainable. I mean, I like it. I do. I really do. Because obviously I make 100-day videos, right? But simultaneously, this idea that they need to come out super quickly and they need to be really, like, you need to do this huge thing. You need to do this huge mega build. You need to, like, it's kind of, this sentence that I just said here is just really how I feel about YouTube. This whole idea that I have to do some really insane, massive, crazy project to justify making a video in the first place. Anyways, I'll play this. Alex, do you like living here?
I mean, I've lived here my whole life.
Have you ever thought about doing something else?
Not really.
I mean, you don't just have to take care of the town. You could slide down mountains and take care of chickens and...
I could live in a hut out in the wilderness.
I mean, I wouldn't necessarily advise that. It's kind of lonely out here, but...
Yeah, no, I wouldn't either as well. That was me joking.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
Well, listen. Thank you. I know that's probably a weird thing to say right now, but...
Thank you. I mean, I'm sorry.
I'm
I might have pushed you way too hard.
Thank you for acknowledging that, Alex. I really appreciate it. Look, if I've learned anything, it's that
Hi, Bug.
when we have too high expectations for ourselves, our vision narrows. We ignore how we negatively impact others. We don't see that people are going through the same thing or that people might wish to help. It's isolating and harsh, and neither you nor I should be doing that. We can't build a real friendship off it either, so we have to restart. Let's try this whole friendship thing again.
Let's hang out without trying to get something major and crucial.
So this is a really good talking point, I think, right here, right, chat? Because I think a lot of people said that they felt like Alex got off scot-free. And I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean, they do quite literally have to restart their friendship. I think the whole kind of nuanced point of this conversation here is like, I don't think, because of what Alex has done to Sniff, right? Like, I don't think that Sniff has to forgive Alex, or that Sniff has to continue even being friends with Alex after the stuff that Alex put them through. But simultaneously, Sniff is acknowledging that to, you know, cut off and, you know, not be friends with people is like, to socially isolate them wouldn't further fix the problem, right? Like, what Sif is acknowledging here is saying that they don't feel like the problem is with Alex. They feel like it's a greater pressure that people are feeling. I think the pressure he felt was enough for him to atone for his wrongdoings. I think that's true. I think this is definitely, like, my favorite part about this whole conversation is it's totally up to Sif. Like, I think anyway here, like, Sif could have said, that's great, I think we should take a break and not, like, be friends, or, you know, great, we should still be friends. And it's like, it's totally up to Sif. And of course, Sif is also trying to come from this place of understanding of, like, I feel like I've also been there, and, you know, so I understand you and I get you. It's hard because when people mess up, chat, we're not entitled to forgive them. We're also not entitled to continue being friends with them. But it really does go a long way when we take some time to at least try. Like, I genuinely think that people can change. I just think that we also need to give them room to change. But again, it's also a nuanced conversation of, like, you know, we have a right to protect ourselves, but if we feel like we are okay and we are safe to do so, then opening these spaces for other people is really good. The mention of hanging out without getting something done reminds me of a friend that reached out recently to hang out with having to do homework, and it just made my day, and it's an important aspect of relationships. Alex doesn't necessarily need to be punished anyways. The best circumstance is for him to try and make up for his mistakes, which he is doing, and to learn from them in the future. Exactly. Like, I think, I genuinely think that, like, especially with this, like, Alex is supposed to be like 20 or like 21, you know? There's also some people that were, like, trying to claim that Alex didn't do anything, that Sif did all the work, and I don't think that's necessarily unfair, because, like, you have to remember, like, Alex is thrust into basically controlling the entire flow of commerce into this town. Managing a general store is it's not nothing. Managing a festival is not nothing, you know? So I genuinely see Alex as this character that, like, again, they're the antagonist, they're not the villain, right? Like, they're this character that has this external pressure on them and, like, you know, pushes it onto other people. And again, it's totally, like, I think Sniff as a character would have totally been in the right here to either forgive or not forgive Alex for their actions. But, you know, yeah. Dude always wearing his apron, he's clearly on the grind, real. Yeah. I like that you guys get to chat. And that's the thing too, is, like, again, all of these characters are, like, supposed to be almost hyperboles of, like, people. That's what character archetypes really are. And I don't know, again, it's like I feel like it's easier to be Alex than you think it is. Like, I really do.
Crucial done for once.
Hey, here's an idea. I heard there's a festival coming up. Also, one of my friends, Abo got sick while we were filming this scene. And so I originally was actually not very satisfied with this scene because I felt like Alex didn't really apologize enough or like acknowledge what he did wrong enough. And one of my friends actually pointed out that that's actually a little bit more realistic. It's not super realistic that you confront someone and they immediately recognize what they do wrong, especially if it's like, you know, like I kind of got it. Like I do feel like Alex not completely getting it is like more realistic than one might expect. Like it's one of those things where like Alex as a person would probably need time to reflect on this. And I think that's, yeah. If, you know, you're interested in bobbing for apples or something like that. Chat, if you were bob for apples in real life, it's actually kind of hell.
That sucks.
Yeah. Sorry. Just pointing that out. Because I've done that before at one of my Maybound festivals. And, wow. It's like, whoa.
Oh, I could totally do that.
Well, good news.
What are you...
I feel like until he does actually change, he won't be able to properly apologize. I agree with that. I think, Tara, that's a really good point. And I've encountered people like that in real life where like they needed to change first before they could truly apologize. And that's such a good point, Tara. Thank you for making that. You have a gazillion apples. And change doesn't happen overnight. So it's like...
I do have a lot of apples. I mean, I have some here, and I have some there, and I have them everywhere because you got everything. What are you even going to do leading up to everything?
I don't know. I think I'd like to decorate my house now that it's mine.
Sif
It's
doing
mine,
the thing
right?
that they wanted to do the entire
It's
time.
completely yours. I would not take that away from you.
Thank you. I might take a few days to myself, but let's agree to meet up during the Harvest Festival and do something stupid and silly.
Yes. I want to ride a pony.
My scribblos.
Okay.
See, that's the thing too, is like Alex clearly just wants to be a kid as well. Like Alex clearly just wants to do like silly and childish things. They just haven't ever been allowed to.
See then.
Yeah, no, I'll see you in 5 days.
Like Alex really gives you the vibe of somebody who was like forced to grow up really early.
Ish, I think. Maybe 4.
What day is it?
I wasn't so sure my words had truly reached Alex, but perhaps that was something that would come with time. For now, we had restarted our friendship, and that felt like a good first step. That evening, I joined everyone at the tavern, and Bones and I divvied out the supplies. Although everyone was fully prepared to regather them, I could feel a great sense of relief in the room. On day 97, I received word from Alex that the train had been fixed, and I promptly invited my family to come visit. In the days leading up to the Harvest Festival, I finally took initiative and decorated the farmhouse. I spent time with my dog and tried one of Aster's recipes. Before I knew it, it was day 100, the theoretical day I would have paid off my debt. It felt like a lifetime ago that I had made that silly deal. Then again, time for me is a funny thing. The farm was mine now, and with the deal complete, I didn't see a reason to count my days.
Familiar with this one.
Which might seem like the end of the story, but this story was never about...
Yes, I did. It was actually about the friends we made along the way. And,
No, I will not apologize.
no, I will not apologize.
days. It was about the people I spent them with, the people I shared them with. And that includes you.
Whoa.
All right, who's ready to cry? I love this song choice so much, chat. Dude. Binge listen to the playlist. Yes, chat, I have a playlist. Yes, thank you. Thank you to all of my Patreon members, by the way.
Patreon members.
I have. Oh wait.
That's not what it looks like. I didn't know mine was so large.
Oh. What? What just happened?
Good way to end 2024, baby.
Oh, what a... Oh, man. What? Hey, guys. So, Mom, I'm in the Snifferish video. Yes! Yeah, seriously, thank you to anyone who is a Patreon subscriber. Oh, God. Okay, what do I have to say? So, first of all, the outro will probably not be able to be in the... If this, you know... hi, if you're watching this on YouTube right now, the outro is probably not in it because I'm not going to pay for the license to use the song twice. Yeah, no, the song choice was really important for the end, though. I knew immediately that I wanted to buy a license to use like a actual song. Not actual, obviously all songs are songs, but you know, I wanted to use a more popular song in my outro. And it was actually between this song and Rome by the B-52s, which I'm gonna play right now because, yeah, well, at least for the non-YouTuber people. So yeah, it was between that song and Rome, and I honestly chose Mind Over Matter because obviously Mind Over Matter quite literally is a song about, like, you know, choosing yourself over material values. And, you know, that's what the whole video is about. So it just felt like the right, you know, song for sure. And yeah, like, that's the video. I mean, I really, really just love this video. It was like such a pleasure to work on it. Like, the thing is like, I definitely had some moments, Bones and I both had moments when we were working on this video where I just went, oh my God, like, this is too much, or like, this is getting really tiring. But also I think it definitely was like much more worth it. Like, this is something that I'm very proud of. One question was, how is making the train because it's so cool? That was made with Create and I built it myself. Yeah. But I totally recommend joining the Patreon. Cool fun fact, chat. With the TikTok ban, I actually just lost a sponsor because of the TikTok ban. A pretty large one. And TikTok also makes up a lot of my income. And so with the whole ban, I am kind of gonna be roughing it this year. I'm not sure. It's a little scary. I've kind of been avoiding talking about it because it's like a very grim reality. Also, it you know, there are so many more things about the TikTok ban that matter than my income, in my opinion. But it is true. So if you could join the Patreon, I totally would recommend. Unfortunately, it's not like there are too many benefits from it, but it does help me. And I also, the income split is so much better than Twitch. So yeah, thank you so much, Lily. Generally, my favorite videos of yours, the work shows, the passion shows, the creativity. Yeah, no, the next video is going to be a Mastering Magic episode 3, and that video is, I'm going to be real with you, chat. If you're going to go into the video expecting the production quality of this, it probably will be a little bit disappointing because I can't maintain this production quality with every video that I do. So I do apologize for that. But Mastering Magic episode 3 is still going to be cute. I'm doing some research for it as we speak. I've been, you know, doing all that stuff. Hop on Red Note, real. So starts posting to Red Note, let's do it. I already went and reserved the name Snifferish, so yeah. I think they're two very different things. Okay, I'm glad you guys get that. I'm really worried that I'm gonna post it. People are gonna be like, this isn't like your last video, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, in the meanwhile, chat, thank you so much for watching this with me today. I was glad I was able to watch this and, you know, give some of my commentary. I feel like I feel like I have been wanting to do that. It got so dark. Oh my gosh, sorry. I've been wanting to do it for a while, and I originally was planning to film it independently while I was like right after I completed the video, but then I got really sick, and I was sick for like 2 weeks. I'm a new fan. I just want to say that I adored this video. It reminds me of old Minecraft. It's so nostalgic. Oh, yes. I do want to do videos like this again. It's just like I said, they're a massive project, and organizing them is quite a bit. So, let's say somebody has messaged me. But yeah. Sit by your house in my world, and I use your house as a reference. That's awesome. Okay. Well, anyways, chat. We've been streaming for 4 hours. Wow.
Dang, that's a long time.
Yeah, I think Bones and I are gonna go make lunch and then go exist as normal people for a bit, and then I'm gonna clean my office because my office is a mess. And Bones is gonna cough apparently.
Well, you know, I have to.
Yeah, I know. But thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Oh wait, Bug, do you want to come say goodbye? Oh, baby. Okay, there you go. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sure. I'm sure that the camera would love to see your butthole, baby. Yeah. Are we gonna just stand there? Are we gonna say goodbye?
No, she has to stand there, looking the opposite direction.
Hi, baby. Okay, Bug says bye. Bye, guys.